Okay. Um, much respect to you all. Much respect. Let me just oh, give me 1 second. I gotta make sure everything's good to go. We're gonna have us an awesome night tonight. This is gonna be fun. I do believe we're gonna, of course, as always, we're gonna learn something over here now, right? We know that, right? But I like to make sure that I definitely always add in and throw in, you know what I'm saying? What keeps us moving, what keeps us lively, what keeps us pumping, right? And sometimes that could just be good laughter. Sometimes that could just be great conversation, whatever it may be, right? So that's what I'm here to do the best that I can to provide for me as well as all of you guys. Because sometimes I like to get off of here and listen to what you guys were saying on the show. You guys are very interesting to me. I like to re-listen to what it is your responses was and all of that. So I just want to make it clear that I do appreciate everybody. I'm just not one to be running around jumping up and down 24/7, but I shit you not. I appreciate every last one of you guys. And so we're gonna get into it, okay? We're gonna get ready to do this. Oh shoot, I gotta do something. Dang it, almost. My bad, y'all. 1 second. My daughter got me this hoodie too. She said, Dad, I like mine's extra baggy. I said, all right, well, let's do the extra baggy hoodie gang. We're gonna do that. I got you. Hold on 1 second, please. And one more thing. Oh yeah. I'll bet you're gonna have one of them. Okay. All right, bet. Let's just make sure that all of this is all up here in order. Good to go. All right. What in the world just happened? Hold on. Did it just kick me out of here? Yeah, it did. It just kicked me out. All right, I'm back. Okay. So what we're gonna do is this. Let's go ahead and turn this down real quick a little bit. Let me go ahead and check over on this side right here. Okay. We're doing good on that side as well. All right, y'all. So what we're going to do is we're going to have ourselves a nice, wonderful evening. Much respect to you. Much respect to you. I hope and pray that everything has been really good for you in your day to day. I can say definitely I've had me a decent day. Definitely had an interesting day at work, I would say. You know what I'm saying? This being my second day. Whoop whoop. You know what I'm saying? Raise the roof, right? Did I just raise the roof? Like, did I really? Well, my bad, my ass just raised the roof. I just raised the roof. I just in 2025 just raised the roof. Hey, dog, I need to get out the house. I just really sat here and raised the roof in 2025. All right. I don't know. Maybe we can bring it back. Maybe we can bring back, raise the roof, lives matter. All right, you guys. I am happy to be here. Why? Because it's simple. I'm happy to be alive. I mean, it just really is that simple. So, we're going to talk about a few things tonight, but before we do, I want to start it off nice and chill. Like, seriously, though. So, I mean, you can stick around for this if you like. What we're going to start off with is the most craziest Pop the Balloon episode, I think, possibly to exist. So, let me go ahead and do this because we're going to get into Pop the Balloon first. All right, so hold on. Here we go. Bye. Hold on, let me do this real quick. I'm just setting up. Y'all know me. Getting past a bunch of stuff and everything. So We getting there. We there. I bet that. So cool beans. So I got that right there. All right, let me go ahead and boom, hit this. Okay, you guys. All right. Now, what we're going to do just to kind of kick things off, we're going to kick things off. First, we have to make sure that we tap in. We have to know where it is that we are and why, right? Then after that, I have to give a special shout out to someone, okay? Someone deserves a shout out. All right, and then we're going to get to pop the balloon, and we're just going to take the show on from there. You guys ready? I hope you're ready. So let's go ahead and get to this. And with that being said, I digress. My mic is
not gonna get easier. You're gonna lose your mother. You're gonna lose your father. People are also gonna hurt you even though you don't even know what you did wrong. Things like this are going to happen in this lifetime. To wait for better times to come where the world will be completely in peace and you can walk peacefully over the street, never having the fear that somebody's gonna come and do something to you. It's not gonna happen. The world is just the way as it is. If we don't create the better times, nothing's gonna happen.
okay. All right. So now let's go ahead. Let's start off with the first segment of the evening. Y'all ready? Is everybody good to go? Okay, cool beans. All right. So the first segment of the evening that we are going to start the show off with is Pop the Balloon. So let's go ahead. Let's see what's going on this particular episode of Pop the Balloon. I thank you all for tuning in once again over here at Smitty's Corner. Much respect to you all. So let's go ahead and get into it. You already know I ain't going to hold you. Let's go ahead and see what happens. All right. I thank you all for tuning into the first segment of Pop the Balloon right here on Smitty's Corner. That was crazy. Okay, now. Let's go ahead. And again, I just want to start this off real light. So we're going to listen to what one brother says in his own humorous way. Exactly, what relationships in his view consist of. So before we get into the discussion, I want to ease us into this. I want us to go ahead and just kind of kick it and cool it and just enjoy ourselves. Let's actually, you know what I'm saying? Smile about something. Don't you need something to smile about too? I know I do at times, right? So I don't know if I'm going to get hit for this or not. I mean, I honestly don't care like that. I do, but I don't, you know what I'm saying? So I'm willing to take those risks to go ahead and make sure that you guys have something to definitely be enjoyed by. You see what I'm saying? Let's go ahead and do it. Let's enjoy ourselves.
You don't ever want to hear your man say, wow, that's crazy either. Because that means he ain't listening to shit you saying. You doing a whole bunch of talking. This nigga's like, wow.
I'm sorry, but off rip. Ladies, y'all just got to understand. We are going to be into what you're saying. We are listening. But it's just like with us. Let me start talking about something you just don't have that much interest in. Your ass is on the phone going, oh, for real, babe. You scrolling. You looking at stuff. You shopping online. You looking at little memes on Instagram. Like, you're not paying attention to what my ass is talking about right now. So let's just go ahead and get to it. I ain't even going to hold it. I'm going to let this play through. But that's very funny. Very funny.
Hear your man say, wow, that's crazy either. Because that means he ain't listening to shit you saying. You doing a whole bunch of talking. This nigga's like, wow, that's crazy. It's just hard. Relationships is hard, man. I study them. That's why I'm not in them, man. I get it. Look, man, God played the worst trick on men, man. That's why it's so hard. God made the most important thing to a man.
Fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use.
A vagina. And then he put it on somebody we don't even know how to talk to. It's cruel. It's fucked up. And ladies, it's not your fault that we don't know how to talk to y'all. You know, right? Communication is y'all shit. Y'all do it at the highest level. Nobody has ever talked to a woman and went, I think she left some shit out. That has never happened in your fucking life. If you need to, she will repeat it. She has no problem. The problem is us, ladies. We are an underdeveloped version of y'all. We cannot communicate at that level. But for some reason, even though we keep showing y'all that we can't, for some reason y'all think that we can. And that we're just not trying hard enough. So you end up on the phone with your friend like, girl, I don't know what's wrong with him. He act like he's stupid or something. Who's acting? Who's acting? Your man is trying his best. Ladies, you got to understand, a man's attention span is 30 seconds. That's it. That's all you got to get your point across, all right? The thing is, though, y'all don't communicate that way. The only thing a woman likes more than telling us story is a backstory, nigga. So, because she wants you to know everything. We don't have that. It's 30 fucking seconds. All right, 30 seconds. Pay attention to the shit we watch. Have you ever watched ESPN or Sports Center? What do? They take a 3-hour game and explain what happens in 30 goddamn seconds. But that's not the way y'all like to communicate, especially when you're upset. And we get it, ladies, but if you're not going to get it within the 30 seconds, no, you're going to lose your man, all right? Or the way you can get it longer, longer than 30 seconds, you got to break whatever we're doing. You got to stop your man and tell him, hey, this is something very important to me. I want to talk to you about. Step in the other room with me. But that's...
Now, watch this. No, she did not think that man was just going to guess. No, he was not going to catch on. She had to actually grab that man and be like, hey, I need you to stop what you're doing. And we're not going to argue with you like, oh, okay, all right, what's up? But we need to know these things. Isn't that something? Let's go. Communication is always key.
That's not how y'all do. Now, when you're mad, y'all won't tap us on the shoulders and tell us that you're mad. You wait until we watching our favorite show. And then walk around the house making noises. Just walk in front of the TV like, baby, is there something wrong? There is nothing wrong with me. Like, I think this bitch is lying. I think something is definitely wrong with her. But by that time, she's brewing. She's been mad all day. Now she's mad at you because you didn't understand that she was mad fast enough. So now when you ask her what's wrong, you're not going to find out what's wrong. You're just going to get an outburst that makes no sense to you. At a point, you'll be like, baby, what's wrong? These bitches at my job act like I won't shoot that bitch up over my respect, but I'll kill every bitch in there over my respect. You like, kill everybody over your respect? You work at a cubicle. Like, what the fuck is happening at your job? And fellas, it will never make sense to you. It's never going to make sense because men and women are different. Men are logical, and then we have this realm of nothing.
Listen, I'll do the whole men are logical, women are emotional. Just point blank period. Our brains operate and function different. It always will. If you're with a man who thinks exactly like you all the time, you married a woman with a penis. You married a woman with a penis. And at some point, y'all going to catfight.
That we live in. And then women are logical too, but they also are in tune with their emotions. And their emotions is real to them. Their emotions is the same as fact. All right? So to a man...
Hey, bro, I'm sorry, but that's smack on point. Emotions are the exact same as facts. Let's go ahead and get it. How they feel about some shit, that is just as substantiated as it happening in their face. However they envisioned it, that is the equivalent. Let's go.
It's a man, that nigga back there like, that nigga preaching. They see that shit? Because we know, even if women disagree, every man has laid down pure fact to this lady, and she responded with, but I feel.
You serious?
I responded with, but I feel. Exactly. So their feelings is real. We respect it, but fellas, like, we understand 1 + 1 = 2. We're logical. That's the way we think. Women are also logical. They understand 1 + 1 = 2, but they also are emotional. So some days 1 + 1 can equal cat. Not even a fucking number. Just anything, nigga. But just understand, on days that it's cat, nigga, it's cat. Stop trying to understand. You're not gonna understand. Just go with it. That's what we fuck up. We keep trying to make sense of the shit. It's cat, nigga. Let it go. So we trying to figure out what happened. And ladies, that's how you tell the story, by the way. The girl I don't like at my job has been staring at me all day, and I'm gonna beat her ass. And yes, fellas, that's all it took. Nothing happened at her job other than a bitch she don't like stared at her for 3 hours. So now it's a problem. And ladies, tell the story that way. The bitch I don't like was staring at me. If you get it within 30 seconds, we'll be like, let's jump her. Like, we gonna be right. We gonna be right on board. The problem is that's not how y'all tell stories. We be like, baby, what happened?
And not literally, ladies. We're not literally saying I'm going to go help you fight another woman, but just we're going to give you that emotional backing. We're going to be like, shit, what you want to do, babe? Shit, what you want me to do? I got you. Like, we're going to be on that type of time. Like, what you think we're going to say? Oh, well, that's your problem. You think we're going to have a good night if we say some shit like that? Well, I don't really know what to tell you. We can't make that type of response. That's not conducive. We won't last. We will not make it through the night if we say something like that out our monkey mouth. Let's go ahead and get back to it.
Well, it all started in 1985. I was a premature baby, but my dad said I was a fighter. I'm a fighter. So now we're 15 minutes into this conversation. We still don't know what the bitch did because she's listing all the shit she don't like about this bitch. So 15 minutes later, she's like, and this bitch wears turtlenecks every casual Friday. Who the fuck wears turtlenecks in 2019? Your man's sitting there like, wow, that's crazy.
Shit.
And then we fuck up, fellas. How we fuck up? We break eye contact for half a second. And as soon as you do, she's like, you're not even fucking listening.
You ain't paying attention.
And you in scramble mode now. I am listening. Why would you think I'm not listening? I love your stories. Please don't.
And then what do we always get when we say we are listening? What comes right behind that? Repeat what I just said. Shit, here we go with that part. Here we go with that. So yeah, you look. And so now we scrambling and we trying to actually make some shit up. And so we trying our best. Sometimes we catch it and then you caught it because her response will be, okay. Anyway, so when she hit you with one of them, that means you just slid by. But anytime you respond and she listen and she just go, you know what? I'll talk to you later. Yeah. She caught your ass. She caught your ass on the game or whatever it might be. Man, this is hilarious. Shit. It is so hilariously true. And that's the beautiful. I love moments like that.
Don't start over. Boy, I love your story. They're the best. And then she killed your whole argument with one question. What I said. You see that shit? You see that shit?
Like, come on, man. Like, is it not? Is it not? Is it not? Goodness gracious. All right, y'all. We're going to go ahead. We're going to get ready to get into this. I definitely want to give a quick shout out in a very, very chill, inconspicuous way. All I would like to say is thank you so much. Thank you for your perfect timing and your smile. And we're just going to leave it smooth at that. Nothing more. All right, y'all. We done learned. So let's go ahead and get on to it. Let's get to it, right? Let's pull this video up. This is a very, very interesting discussion. Let me go ahead and hit some ambiance. There we go. Yeah, but I want something different though. I don't want that. I don't want that. Yeah, we're gonna do. I just want some chill shit. Just want some chill, laid back. There we go. That's just, you know what I'm saying? That's the mode we on. All right, y'all. So let's go ahead and pull this up. Give me 1 second. Let me type this in. But you know, first before I do anything, you know, I gotta always stay using about a bottle of Purell a day. I don't know what it is. I don't understand. I really think I think it's my father's curse. It's my father's curse. My father's curse is your hands. These things better stay. I mean, you keep your hands clean. We do not play that. I don't know why. I just feel like I need a little bit more. I need to stop this. My skin's gonna come off. I need to stop doing this. I'm serious. I'm dead ass. I got a problem with that. I'm dead ass. I'm really peeping. I got an OCD problem with like cleaning my hand. I always got to clean my hands. I don't know what that's about. Let's go ahead and get to it. All right, y'all. So I'm serious. I really peep that. Like I'll just keep like just throughout the day. Man, I went through a bottle this damn big, man, in about 4 days. Why? I went through a bottle of Purell. Yeah, I know y'all seen me sitting here these last couple lives, and I just keep on. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. What's going on, Ignat? Did you get a chance to catch the Pop the Balloon segment? Did you catch the Pop the Balloon segment, Ignat? Let me know. And oh, I got you, bro. I got you, bro. No problem. Hold on, boom. I got you. I'm just now seeing it, so my bad about that. Let me do this. Bow. All right, fool. There you go, right there. There you go, right there, fool. Just for you. But let's go ahead and get to it. So I hate when it does that like so much. All right, y'all. So we're going to get into this segment. We're going to get into this blah, 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 so on and so forth. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's do it. Okay, now. Let that man go. Let that man go. Anyway, we're going to see what we got right here. What's going on, fool? You all right?
What's cracking with you, man? Peace.
There you go.
Peace.
All day in the paint. Did you see the first little video I pulled up? Did you see the Pop the Balloon?
Nah.
Okay. All right. You want to get to the video now? You want me to get you caught up? You want to see the quick Pop the Balloon? I think it's like 3 minutes. You want to see it? Nigga, I swear if you start that shit today, Ignat. I got you, fool. Goddamn. Anyway, here's the first segment of what we was talking about before we get into it. So let's just get you caught up, all right? So we started off here.
It's not gonna get easier. You're gonna lose your mother. You're gonna lose your father. People are also gonna hurt you even though you don't even know what you did wrong. Things like this are going to happen in this lifetime. To wait for better times to come where the world will be completely in peace and you can walk peacefully over the street, never having the fear that somebody's going to come and do something to you. It's not going to happen. The world is just the way as it is. If we don't create the better times, nothing's going to happen.
Ignat, would you consider yourself like a better contestant than any of these guys that step up on this stage on Pop the Balloon right here before we get to the show, sir? What's your take on how you would have handled it? What you got, Ignat? What you got before we get to this video?
There was some slender roadies. They was all nice shaped ladies, you know what I'm saying? They all went up there smoothing and brand new leather, you know. And I would have just, stole the show. Stole the hoe, you know what I mean?
Are you serious right now, bro?
So we're gonna go ahead and get to the show. Y'all don't mind ignorant. He's just ignorant. Don't mind him. If you know him, you know him. We're gonna get to this video right here. Ignorant, you go ahead. Let me know when you want me to pause it at any time. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and tap into this. Y'all already know how we do. Now, of course, before we tap into the video, we have to take a very, very brief commercial break. And this commercial break is brought to you by Little Men Need Love Too.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Down. Hold up, don't hurt him now. Don't hurt him. Ooh, don't hurt him.
All right, y'all, let's go ahead and do this. And we're going to get on back to it. And with that being said, I digress. My mic is muted. Let's listen. Now, Ignorant, if there's parts that you find as real or bullshit, whatever, you tap in, let me know. When a man truly loves you, he will do this. All right, let's go. So you tell me what you think as well.
You have to be honest with yourself about why are you still here? Why are you holding on? What's really driving you? You don't feel like starting the process over with somebody else. So even though you're not feeling it with him, you're wasting your time.
The best-selling author and host.
The #1 health and
Pause. Right there, he bugging out already. Love and loyalty will keep you to bond combined with somebody. You know what I'm saying? You go through a bunch of feelings, emotions, but you tied in. So I don't agree right there with that first statement.
Wait. So when he said, in this very beginning part, when he says right here, so you're saying you don't agree with.
You have to be honest with yourself about why are you still here? Why are you holding on? What's really driving you? You don't feel like starting the process over with somebody else. So even though you're not feeling it with him, you're wasting your time.
So you don't agree with that because?
I don't agree with that. Like, you wasting your time. That's why so many people, they not together. You feel me? They feel like they wasting other two people's time because they had an argument about socks or some dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? You left your socks at the door when you walked in, and it blows up to an argument and all that.
But do you believe that really when those type of like the whole, you now staying at the hotel and on that particular day, the argument was about socks. Do you genuinely believe that the reason why you're at the hotel is because of the arguments about socks? Or was the arguments about socks on that particular day the straw that broke the camel's back? Was it like things that were already leading up? You let me know. What do you think of that?
I believe when you really tied in with somebody, man, love is not going to be easy, man. And all this running shit, that shit is weak. You know what I'm saying? People run when the times get hard, you know? I ain't with that running shit. We gonna stay down till we come out.
Now let me ask you this though. What was some like, so now one thing I do agree with Ignorant. I do agree with standards. I do agree with a man or a woman. Because see, the thing is, I have standards. Like, so for example, right? A woman can be dope as shit, awesome. I mean, just so down to earth. I'm gonna be real with you, but when you're talking about long term and being with that person, living with that person, if she's just messy and junky and sloppy as hell around the house, you know, she don't mind like it being dishes in the sink and stuff. She don't wipe the stove top counter off when she cook, and it's little like pops of grease and all. Like I do all of that. So if she's not as clean as I am, and if I say, okay, but I'll get us a shot, I'm going to give it a chance. And if continuously I'm coming in the house and there are her socks at the door and I'm getting fed up with that, am I wrong for saying I can't do this no more? Considering I communicated in the very beginning and I had it be known I'm a very, very clean person. As a matter of fact, she noticed a huge difference when she would come visit me at my place and when I came to visit her at hers. You see? What's your take on that?
Well, if she a dirty motherfucker, straight up. You go to her house, she got dishes in there and all that. It's your first time coming over, clothes all on the bed, but she's got a weave everywhere.
Ignorant. I don't mean it.
Dirty.
I want you to respond to a person having standards. So if a woman leaves, let's say, because she has standards that are her standards, regardless if us as men was to say that's just ridiculous. No men out here are like that. The fact is she has
I
a
understand her
standard.
standards, but
Right.
that's compromise though. Comes along with the standards. So your standard is you want it clean.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine. So they gotta abide by that. I would think they would want to, but if they don't, then
If somebody wants to be with you, they will. Like a person that like wants to be by your side, they're going to do everything that it takes to
keep you
learn
happy.
who it is that you are. That's all I'm saying. I do believe.
Yeah, that's real shit.
They're going to be intrigued. They're going to want to learn. Like it's not even going to seem like a chore. Like it's actually exciting learning new things about you, the ups, the downs, the good, the bad, your strengths and your shortcomings. They're going to be very intrigued about all that consists of you because they are intrigued with you as an entire human. So let's keep on going. Let's get back to the video.
Well, they love me so much, so I assume it's safe here, and this is a good choice to make. But the safe choice is usually the wrong choice. And a lot of these people select this individual thinking everything's going to be okay, but because you're not really into them, you can never be what they need. And they were never truly what you needed, which is why you never even got to that level with them. So to choose them without first evaluating, do you truly love them, would not be wise.
Yeah, that's a great.
That is a good point right there. And that's what, now watch this. Having that ultimate evaluation, the number one thing I believe a lot of us just period as people, like I don't date men, so I don't know, but I'm just going to say men as well as women, we have a hard time with going through the entirety of the evaluation. What is that? Enough time spent. The fact is that folks do not have the patience to see what will this turn out to be in its entirety. I'm not talking about like things being like completely sour toast, right? Somebody just completely bombing. You know, it's different. But I do notice that in this day and age, when it comes to the dynamics of it in its entirety, I noticed that the ones who really stick it out, they really took time and they dug deep within themselves first, and then they poured into who it is that their counterpart, their companion is, and they went on ahead and they learned each other. They took time to figure out what does make you tick and why do you think this way? Why do you respond to that the way you do? I had no clue that was something that was a trigger for you. All of these things are things that you have to have multiple instances
like
just
a
being around
man
each
thing,
other.
though.
Huh?
That's a man thing. Like men notice shit like that. Like women don't notice or pay attention.
I have a hard time with that, bro. You know, we got to be careful with that because listen, right? The example that I give, let me put you on mute. You got to pick up. So the example that I give, and you can just come off mute as soon as I'm done. The example that I give to that is this: the whole men are logic and women are emotion. Do you know what we do when we say that? We basically dismiss ourselves from being able to express ourselves and have any form of feeling. Like, forget the fact that we're saying they have logic. When we say they're logical, we're logical, they're emotional. It's almost saying like, that's you, this is me. No, these things could be any of us at any given time, depending on the individual. And that's something I think we need to always make sure we keep in mind, period. Like, let's not get so caught up in these labels too deep. Now, I am caught up in the label of I'm a grown ass black man. You damn right. I am that label. That's what I am. You want to know why? Because I can say I'm not, but guess what? The world's going to treat me like. So I can go around fooling myself all I want, or I can just go ahead and just submit to that fact. Right? I'm a grown man. Now, what does this grown man consist of? It's going to be a combination of emotion, as in energy, motion, the energy that moves you, as well as logic. women will also have my mother. Okay, see that? Because I got a black mother. My mother does have some logic. She does. There are a lot of times I know my mother moved in a very logical way. And there are endless times I know, of course.
I never
Listen,
said
hold
that.
on, ignorant. And there are endless times in which I know my mother did. Oh yeah. That was, I mean, it's my mom, but that was a typical emotional response. I ain't mad at you, Mom. You're still a woman. You're my mother, but you're still a woman. And in us as the men who recognize those dynamics that come with our counterpart, that shit don't mean nothing. We just know that comes with it. But go ahead, Ignorant. What you got before I push play?
What I was saying was, I didn't say they don't have any logic. What I was saying was they don't, the things that you may see and notice and think that are important, they don't have that same type of thinking. And there's nothing wrong with that. But it's like the awareness, they may not have that you and most men may have. So they might not be aware of what really makes you tick or piss you off, you know? So that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying they're not.
Watch this though. Like the women in my family, yo, if they like irritate, like say I'm out with like one of my cousins or like my mother, my sisters, my daughter, the mother of my child, whoever, these women who I have had in-depth time spent with, we could be out at the grocery store. I know in a heartbeat if they irritated me. When my father's upset, I know exactly what his face does. I know exactly what he does. First of all, he'll do a really, really hard, loud sigh of a breath. When dad hits you with one of these, and he start mumbling, oh yeah, he at that point. He don't have to say, I'm getting to that point. All he have to do is his classic trademark signature, breathe hard and deep and loud and make, and shit. I know what time it is because I've been around that man. I've been around him. That's my point. So guess what? It's also things that I know off rip. Like when I used to live with my parents and stuff, I would say, like when I would come in, I knew off rip. Pops, him being a chef. When you come in that door, don't you dare just go straight to that fridge and he's sitting in that kitchen. Because Pops used to just hang out in the kitchen like he's a chef like that. Like he just would be, like he just don't leave the kitchen. He don't have a man cave. He got a kitchen cave. He just be in the kitchen. Garden who hands clean. And here it is, I can't stop but using Purell. You think it's not a connection? My point is that I know that man because I've been around that man. I know my sisters. I know my brother. I know the people that I've been around and they know me. All of that in which they are talking about, to get back to the video, everything they talking about is because that is from when you're actually around that woman, there's a connection and you know her. It hits way different. Let's keep going.
The question. And I think people struggle with that question too, because I think we think of love as
ignorant. Young one, is that young ignorant? You got young ignorant. You wanted to show everybody real quick? That's what's up, my G. Okay, now salute to the youth of us. Salute to the youth of us. All right, ignorant, do everything you can for that young man because need you. All right, let's go.
So many different things wrapped into one. For example, I could think I love someone because of how they treat me. Mm-hmm. I could think I love someone because they have one quality that I really wish I had. Or I could love someone because I think that they're out of my league and they give me a bit of attention.
Yeah.
And so what we think is love is so complex and so wide that we never stop to ask ourselves, like, what does love mean? Like,
that is exactly why. Now remember, okay? We're gonna dive deep into it. We got time, we chilling, we cooling, we ain't in no rush. That's why I had this the other day. Now, shout out to the native, shout out to folks that was up here that participated in that particular discussion. But I just want to go back to this just very briefly. So this is why I pulled this up in particular. Let's go ahead and do it. Where we at? It's going to hit. Oh, it's going to hit. Just give me 1 second. I like that he said that. Because see, the thing is that I'm recognizing how much all of these things are coming into full circle. Everything that I've been talking about is coming into full circle. So let me see what I got right here. Here we go. Bow. I told you it's going to hit. It's going to hit. All right. So look, I'm gonna pull this up right here. Matter of fact, Ignat, now that you here, yeah, we are going to revisit this. We're going to revisit this just briefly. I'm not staying on this video, but there's a connection. What was the last thing he just said? Now, Ignat, okay, my man, too cool, too smooth. That's what I'm talking about. Ignat, I want you to listen to this, and when I'm done, I want you to answer the question yourself. Let's go. All right. Everything comes in full circle. The question, Ignat, is what is the definition of love to you? The actual definition. Let's listen real quick. We're going right back to the video.
I don't know if there's any real definition of love.
Whew, that's a heavy question. Love. I think that love is when you put someone before yourself. It's definitely more than just a feeling.
It's an openness, and it's an energy. That's the closest I can get to it, I think.
Love is overcoming the differences that you two have and learning to find the imperfection and...
So, boom. Now let's go back. Bow, history, boom. Hit it right here. All right. So, boom, right here.
Is love is so complex and so wide that we never stop to ask ourselves, like, what does love mean? Like, what's the definition of love? Like,
all right, Ignat. So you saw what I just played there? Just did that video, and it's so crazy how, again, things come into full circle. What is the definition of love to you? What is it exactly to Ignat? When I say Ignat, the definition of love is
devotion, death, sacrifice. What Jesus Christ did on the cross. That's the definition of love.
Okay, so you with the God is love? God is love, basically.
No. I ain't with that. I'm with we are God's. You know what I'm saying? So love is something that's a part of us. It's an energy. You know what I mean? And only a certain amount of people got love who they can't even conceive love, the thought of it. You know? And
okay.
People are melanin.
Okay.
Yeah. But love is to me is death, man. It's death. I'll die for you if I love you. If I love you, I'll die for you. That's it.
All right. Well, I will say this. A version of love, in my personal opinion, would be this right here.
What is this?
What? You good, Ignorant? I'm put you on mute. Oh, okay, I about to say nah. It's just I about to say go on mute for me. Just while you taking care of the young one. That's all. That's
No, I'm like, what is the love is her song? That's what you.
Love is also the tranquility of what a voice can do. Yes. Part of love. Now, mind you, when you're able to be put into a position of full concentration, sometimes that element of full concentration can then contrast into love. Yeah, it can happen, yes. And that is my personal belief, right? Not everybody would agree with it, but I do. And anybody who knows me knows I stand on what I say.
So you in love with the music, the sound that it makes?
I am in love. No, not the music itself. What the music does for my soul. Like, for example, I'm not necessarily in love with food, but I am in love with the nutrition that food provides for my body. When I get the vitamin D's and calciums and proteins and all of this, and you see what I'm saying? Electrolytes, you name it, anything that comes with the nutrition of food, that is what I love. I love the fact of what it does for my body. Music, same thing. I love what it does for my soul more so than the song itself. I love the remedy of it. That's where I am. Music is life. Let's keep going, just like water.
Like, how do I define love? So how do you define love, and how do you encourage other people to create their definitions of love?
Well, for me, first off, is always God is love. And then when we take it from there, love is about kindness, compassion, patience, understanding, a willingness to be selfless and pour into that individual. But I think what's also important for people to understand is when we're trying to apply it to romantic relationships, we have to understand that there's other ingredients that are necessary before we can move forward. So you could love someone dearly, but if they are not emotionally ready, because maybe they haven't healed from their past, maybe there's still some things they need to work out in their life, then it wouldn't be time to move forward in a relationship with them. And we have this bad habit of the minute we feel like there's love there, we want to move forward.
Exactly.
And as you mentioned, we can get caught up sometimes in, well, we love them because of what they do for us, but what are you prepared to do for them? Love is about giving, all right? So we have to ask ourselves, okay, do we know what their needs are?
And that's so important right there. Point blank, period. Love
is about sacrifice.
I do not go into any circumstance saying I'm doing this for the love of it and I'm doing it for me. I do music for the love of the art of it, and I swear on everything. I swear on life. I don't do that for me. I like, but see, the thing is this that people don't get. When you do things in such a selfishless manner, you get instant gratification regardless, because you know I did something that is typically above the rest, because most people don't. And it's just a fact. Most people don't go above and beyond to make sure that they actually truly like put in, you know what I'm saying, but listen, it has to be equal.
You gotta sacrifice.
Yeah, but ignorant, hold on, ignorant, because I don't never want my message to get twisted though. You are absolutely right, but that sacrifice has to be reciprocated. You can't be the only one in the relationship sacrificing. She cannot be the only one in that relationship sacrificing. You can't be the only one in that relationship giving, nor can she. It has to be something that is a continuous cycle of reciprocation, just like how the seasons continuously keep coming around. This world stays in balance because of the rotation and the seasons that come around. We have our spring, winters, and fall. The entire world is not always winter. The entire world is not always spring. The entire world is not always fall nor summer. There is an equal distribute balance of each season overall throughout the world. Yes, there are places it's always cold. Yes, there are places it's always hot. We know this, deserts, Antarctic, but where most people reside, typically there are seasons of some form. There are the harvest seasons. There are the seasons to gather and get ready to hibernate, all of that. But these things bring about the balance. The balance of the world is day and night. Nighttime does a lot for the photosynthesis of vegetation of the world. So does the sun. That's why if you ever notice, if you have real house plants, they will droop at night and they raise up in the morning. They're literally sleep and awake. It is the balance. Let it be night too much. Let it be day too much. Too much water will flood the crops. Not enough water will make this world a desert.
Are we willing to fulfill those needs? Because if not,
You want to say something, Ignat? Just make sure. You good? 3, 2.
maybe this wasn't love. Maybe it just felt good in the moment. Maybe you got caught up in the hype, and that's okay. It happens to almost all of us, if not all of us, at some point in life. But we have to just be very clear with ourselves about what's really driving the intention right now. But I think all those things I mentioned is what encompasses love, and that's like the foundation of it. And then from there, we have to look at some other things to see how we can move forward.
Oof, so many times, like you convince yourself something's love. And what I find really interesting is that so many people fall in love too fast. And
Ignat, do you believe, are you there, Ignat, first of all? Do you believe that there is such thing as falling in love too fast? Now, watch this. The reason why I asked that, because once upon a time, I'm sure you're old enough, a lot of us remember a very, very classic saying that went love at first sight. So what's your thoughts on that? Ignat?
Yo.
Did you hear that?
Repeat the question. It broke up.
I got you. He said that people fall in love too fast.
Do I believe that?
You know what we do? He says people fall in love too fast. We do know an old school classic saying that goes, love at first sight. Do you believe that there is such thing as rushing the process of love?
Nah, I don't believe you can rush it. If it's genuine, it's genuine. Ain't no such thing as rushing it. You know, you can. Nah, it can't be rushed. When it happens, that's when it happens. That's when it's supposed to happen. You're supposed to get in there, tear it up, break it down, wash it up, you know, take care of it. Get it in, for real. Love is love. That shit real. But listen, when I was younger, I had love. I think it was too soon. You know, it was too soon. I was young, 15. She kept coming around, kept fucking her. I got it, you know, feelings got attached and brought her to my mama crib. She was sleeping in my mama crib. You know what I'm saying? Shit was alright, you know? But I was young, dumb love, you know, but it was too fast though. It was way too fast. So yeah, I agree. People do fall in love too fast. I ain't even know the motherfucker. Gonna find out motherfucker was related to me somehow. Like a cousins, some shit. And then I was hitting it, respectfully. Shit. I digress.
My mic is muted.
Did
for
you
the
hear me?
slow pace.
You heard me?
What? Yeah.
Okay.
Bro, I'm just listening. I real deal, like, I keep telling people, and I appreciate, like, honestly, folks have been stepping up more in that aspect. Bro, you just want to come talk about something, come talk about something. I like whenever I peep somebody's just like telling me a story or something real quick, I just shut up and give you the floor. Whatever it is that you want to share, that you want to get off, go ahead and do that. I don't want us to be stifled. I don't want us to feel like I just got this backed up on me. You know what I'm saying? So whatever it is you ever want to talk about, I will totally shut the show down just so you can get something off your chest instantly, because that's my duty and that's what I'm here for, to be of servitude to my peoples. Let's go.
Understanding love.
You say what?
I ain't say nothing.
Okay, back. Let's get back to the show. Let's go.
Which is what love requires. You just said love is kind, love is patient, love is understanding. Those things take time.
I think those things take time to nurture and to make sure that we're doing it correctly for each other. So it's about learning each other's love languages and how we make it work within that dynamic. I think also because so many people are not used to dealing with emotions on that level, being that vulnerable, people mishandle it. All right. So it takes time for us to get to a place so we understand how to manage this and work through this. However, I think that
Hey, it's Jay Shetty.
God.
Are you looking for an
Yo.
And I believe connection is like your spirit recognizing its match. And it's very instant. When you speak to couples who said they experienced a connection, they'll tell you first conversation, first time meeting, first date, first week.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's on point. Now, I don't know where he's going with that. It could be totally derailed. I don't know. But I'll tell you right now, I always speak about that. I speak about more so the actual like spiritual factors that connect us. When you're somebody who's in tune and you're not completely physical, you don't pay really too much. It's like, I mean, it's cool. Like, oh, wow, we like the same style of pizza, you know, like only cheese, you know, shit like that. Like we, you know, that stuff is like trivial. But when I really go down the list and I'm thinking about what really I'm saying, like, nah, yeah, bet. I see it. Okay, cool beans. Oh, yeah, it clicks. Everything I'm speaking about is on a spiritual tone. It's really, it's for the most part, it's nothing physical. It ain't got nothing to do with like, oh, we both like to go out and do this or do that, or it ain't got shit to do with that.
Makes sense.
It's things like little stories and things that we speak about, right?
Yeah.
And come to find out, and that maybe near death experience, we both was on the like kind of same page, or like our spiritual outlook when it comes to, you know, what's here and beyond, all of that. How extensive you are able to have discussions and conversations with that woman, the whole nine, all of these things, like, yeah, it's huge factors, yo. So it's like, that's what I get to really seeing more than anything, is that spiritual connection more so than the physical, because the physical is very finite. Like, you know, the physical is something that can be like a fleeting moment, but what is spiritual, that is internal and that is eternal of you. And when that's there, ain't shit else. Yeah. And it's folks know, it's folks that know exactly, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure you do, Ignat. You know, it's something about that, like, wow, man. It's something about now watch this. Now, you remember how I said there's something called love at first sight? You know, another old saying that we used to have as well, and it's not called Goku. Another old saying we used to have is called soulmates, right? Like, now think about it. Do you believe that? Now, this is the question for you, so you can take the floor. Do you believe that people actually really believe in true soul mates in this day and age? And I'm talking about the true essence and what we know it to be if you have lived long enough, which I know you have.
Yeah, I believe that exists. I believe I'm with my soulmate right now.
That's what I'm talking about, my G.
Yeah, I believe that. But I believe all the other thing what you said about what you talked to them in your first week of meeting them, I'm really trying to get personal. So I'm asking weird questions like, hey, when does your period come on? You know, stupid shit like that. You know, shit they're trying to.
Don't you mind it, y'all. I periodically do that. because Ignat just get to saying stuff that just really. I got you, Ignat. I got you, bro. I got you. We're gonna take a quick commercial break, and this quick commercial break is brought to you by Steve is in everything. And I just want to take this quick commercial break just to woosah real quick, because Ignat, you know, it's you just don't know when he's going to do it, but I always know he's going to pop up with it and say some big wild geek and out his monkey ass mouth. But you know, we all love Ignat. Why? Because he's one of our own. And with that being said, I digress. My mic is muted.
After these messages, we'll be right back. Steve Harvey saying, "Oh, you host everything. I don't give a damn. I'm a host every damn thing." Yeah, you damn right I host everything. I host all that. I host your damn birthday party. I don't give a damn. See, God has blessed me. God has blessed me. God talks to me every day. He says, "Steve," I said, "What, God? What? Why? Where? Huh?" And he blesses me. I don't give a damn. I'm going to host my own funeral. You damn right. As soon as I'm dead, I'm going to get out the casket and say, "I'm hosting this. I host everything." That's right. I'm proud of it. Keep it up.
Okay, Ignat. Let's go ahead and reset. Let's just say this. I don't like talking about ketchup products. Okay? Thank you. You know that, Ignat. My man. Sip the tea, and let's get more tea and coffee from this right here. Oh, boy.
It was pretty fast. So to me, the recognizing of something deeper being here can happen very quickly. But how we now cultivate that and how we move forward is where we need to take our time and make sure we're not rushing and overlooking certain important issues that need to be discussed and addressed first.
To me, it's the understanding of chemistry versus compatibility, and the idea that there needs to be a spark, there needs to be a connection that I feel with someone, like you're saying, on a deeper level. But I find that most people are not adept at knowing whether the connection they feel with someone is deeper or physical.
Yeah.
Like, I would say that it's easy you can often feel a spark if you meet a lot of people. You can feel a spark with a lot of people, but that doesn't mean that they're the right person to build a relationship with.
Dang it, Jim. What's your take on that, Ignat, when it comes to, you know, now, mind you, you know what that spark is? That spark is a lot deeper than, just a hello, or so on and so forth. That spark goes as deep as, you know, dates, the whole nine. The spark goes all the way into first encounters, all of that. So when we say spark, a lot of times people may envision the spark as just being like a hello or something, you know, or we had a nice discussion in a line, or sitting on the train or something. No, the spark is really like an actual encounter and multiple encounters. So we can have those circumstances, and then what happens is you could realize, oh man, I ain't have no business here in the first place. That's a very real thing. Let's keep on rocking out.
Yeah, I'll say the spark happened for me when I met my wife. Instantly, spark, it was lit. Like, it was a automatic.
So it was love at first sight, you would say?
Well, I think so. For me, it was. Yeah, I think for her it was too. She probably lit up. Like, it was this nigga. You know what I'm saying? But for me, yeah, the spark was there. I felt it like in my stomach, and butterflies, and you know what I mean? Shit like that. So yeah, the spark be there. So when you met him at the right time and all that shit play a part, you know?
Definitely. But see, the thing is this though. What I always continuously say to people all the time is this, right? I always say this. What it's going to come down to is, right? What it's going to come down to is, if you notice how they're saying, and how I pulled up earlier, was spoken about the most. Let me do this. Was spoken about the most is No one having one clear definition of what love consists of. Now, what can happen, what can happen in life? You can come across that person who actually genuinely does have the exact same idea and view as you on how love should be, and you never even have to question on how each other, may want to be loved. That can be something that can be a very, very eye-opening aspect as well, right? Now, that's something that we would say is 1 in a million, right? The thing is that when it comes to that dynamic, even with that, there's still going to be a certain amount of trial and error that's going to have to take place.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a trial. Her getting to know you, you getting to know her,
Well, no. Well, see, the thing is that there's going to be listen, with anything that we learn, that we master. There's been a lot of YouTube by itself, man. Do you not know the trial and error as far as like design, setup of my show, the whole 9, everything? There's been a lot that I've had to learn. Like, man, there's been a lot of failures with the things that I have really been working on learning. Period. It's been a lot of that going on.
So it done learning lessons or?
Well, learning curbs. And that's the thing about it. Even love is not like in a straight line. The first letter of love is in an L shape. So that means that you're going to go straight for a while, but at some point you're going to have to make a turn. It's going to be a curve that's going to occur. And then what it does is, if you go in the proper direction, it'll lead you directly into the OVE of it. Thus, you travel throughout the actual, I'm just trying to, what we call love. Yeah. I mean,
I actually get it, man.
You actually get that, right? Like, real talk though.
Yeah,
like,
how to navigate through this shit. And
exactly.
You need each other, man, for real shit. Straight up.
Just because what it is that I'm not speaking on something that's personal, personal for me. I'm speaking on behalf of what the overall ending result of the story from those who have been in these positions and stayed in these positions. More so than anything. And it's not even just about actual marriage. No, just anybody who's ever just been able to maintain that for whatever length of time. Now, usually I say like the 5 and up club, at least bare minimum, because I know within 5 years you've had a very good, great, decent amount of time to really truly assess who you're with. You must assess who you're with. And that assessment is not going to come within like a 365-day calendar time period. It's going to be a lot you're going to learn within that time. But nah, that's still that's like probationary period. It really is. That's really just kind of figuring out what really is going on here. But even then with that, it's tricky because depending on what the dynamics of that relationship consist of, can definitely depict on how all of those things actually fall in place. Because every relationship circumstance and dynamic and situation is not the same. Ignorant, whatever your relationship or whatever it is consists of, it ain't got nothing to do with what I got going on right now. You know what I'm saying? It ain't got shit to do with that. My circumstance is, I know 9 times out of 10 completely different than what it is you got going on. You see what I'm saying?
I agree.
You see?
I agree, you know. I'm living
So-
my life, you know.
Exactly.
We all got our own path to, you know, go down and all that.
That's what I'm talking about. So with that being said, I digress. My mic is muted. Let's get back to it.
The video ain't playing, Smitty.
Absolutely facts. I want us to really pay attention to what's truly being said throughout this whole dynamic in which he's speaking about. He's talking about the simple fact that we're going to have, look, he's really talking about everything as the pink cloud. We're going to feel like this is this. We're going to feel like this is that. Look, the
We
only
didn't
thing
see
I'm
it,
saying,
Smitty.
but see, look,
It didn't
real quick,
show.
real ignorant, real quick. So the only thing that I'm making very, very clear is that it's not to say that's not the case. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying specifically is we will never know whatever is the case without the proper amount of communication and patience to be induced into it. You have to place that into it. The proper amount of communication as well as patience. Like that's just period. Look, endless people have awesome, it's so wonderful right now, this moment. Who don't have that story? Who don't have that story? Talk to them sometime down the line. But then you know what I start to go back to? How do we all keep, for the most part, starting all of this off? What is that connection and how we all usually start this off and how it all then winds up breaking down? I don't really care nothing about no pink cloud. Who hasn't been on a pink cloud? Who hasn't sat and felt like, oh yes, I did multiple times in my life. If you've lived long enough and you've done this long enough, that's nothing new. That's like, for me, a pink cloud state is not a brag. You know what is a flex? When I can hold my head up high and say, you know what? Yes, 5 plus whatever, 10, whatever, 7, 8, 10, whatever years strong. And that spark that was there in the very beginning still resides years later. That's the flex. It's odd. It's, for me, it's just not. It's not a flex to be on a pink cloud. That's always going to be. It's fresh. It's new. Of course. What that don't give it time. And again, not saying it won't be, but just saying, let's not be so confident and be so, because haven't we all done that before? So it is very, very true. We more so fall in love with the idea of being in love as opposed to the actual labor, as in just work, the actual work that it takes to stay. See, to fall in love. Look, falling in love is like going to jail. Watch. I know. Y'all like that. Come on now. Watch. Falling in love, that could be equivalent to like going to jail. Watch this.
How so?
It's easy. It's real easy to just leave your
Elaborate.
home. Ignat, please, real quick. It's real easy to leave your home. It's real easy to leave your home and go outside right now, this very second, and commit a crime, have them pull up within just minutes from now, and you can be in jail. What's typically the harder and more difficult part is getting out. My point is, in contrast to that, is it's very, very easy to fall in love, but it's not as simple to stay in it, to actually stay. Like, it's been decades now, and I'm still I'm still just with you. You got a lot of couples that's still together, but they're just with each other. No,
So
not
they're
just
in
being
jail
with each other.
in a
You
relationship?
actually still love that person. You smell me now?
Well, how does
But
it
go ahead.
correlate with? How does it correlate with jail? You know, like you being locked in with a motherfucker. Like I don't get it.
Well, you cut me off the whole goddamn time just to say that shit.
I mean, I just wanted to see the correlation. You know, my boy. I'm here to challenge the thoughts and the process. You know.
I'm gonna bring it back. I had to go step off anyway for a second.
Yo, brother. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, alhamdulillah, wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. You good? You gone?
Yeah, that was a beautiful song, by the way.
Ignat, please be a contributing factor to this show. I'm trying so hard not to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean?
It's okay, brother. You need to show your emotions. It's okay to do that.
All right, and that will be the end of that one. I do build this space for all of us. I build this space so we can come up and have somewhere to exercise our minds. We all know it's going to be times when we do this. We just going to have folks that sometimes, you know, and I already, you know, I'm hip to Ignat, you know what I'm saying? I'm hip to Ignat, you know what I mean? It is what it is with Ignat. So, all right, we'll see exactly what we got going on. Let's go with the show.
It's like, but you had chemistry with the last 5 people. Why is this one the one and not them? So I do think we have to be careful with that.
Yeah, I think so. So we're on the same page. There's 3 things. There's connection on the deeper level. There's chemistry, which is like the spark on a more superficial level. And then there's compatibility, which is like what makes it last. And I can relate to that with my wife. I definitely felt, so I'm one of those people who I kind of knew from the first few moments when I met my wife, before she was my wife, I was like, yeah, this is my person. Like I felt that way.
Yeah.
For sure, I felt that connection. And there was chemistry there too, but it had to be turned into compatibility in order to create a long-lasting relationship. We've been together for 10 years. We're still learning, building, going through everything, but that was a big part of it. So that I can get behind. Do you see it that way too, or is there something different in how you see it?
Believe it or not, I used to make compatibility the least important, but that was because I was looking at it the wrong way. Once I kind of looked at the definition again, and compatibility is about two people coexisting in harmony.
Yeah.
Then I was like, okay, no, you have to have that. I got
the co-compatible. Listen, to be compatible in all ways, like to actually be compatible, you actually have to have that chemistry that's aligned. How do you know if that chemistry is aligned? You have that chemistry aligned through the actual communicational skills that you both possess. Now, the thing about it is that the patience with the communicational skills in which you both possess will play a big part in how all of that works out. How you see it, how she sees it, the whole nine, that's always going to play a part. That's always going to play a part. Definitely. So we got to go ahead and remember that definitely when we think about these things. Let's keep on rocking out.
Got caught up more so in like, let's say a dating site says, okay, we're going to decide who's compatible. So I view compatible as like an on the paper, it looks good. It's supposed to match. But you can have a lot of people who are supposed to be compatible and it doesn't work.
Absolutely.
So I think that it's compatibility is that add-on. Once we have the connection and the chemistry, now we have to create that harmony, which is the compatibility.
Yes, I agree with you. And it is interesting how that word compatibility is thrown around.
Mm-hmm.
And you're so right that compatibility on paper doesn't mean compatibility in real life.
Exactly.
And
dang it, Jim, how much is that not true? The compatibility on paper does not mean that it's compatibility in real life. What do you get from that? Now, I'll tell you exactly what I know I get from that. It means that exactly, look, all of these standards that we put up for, you know, one another, all of these like labels and things of that nature, it don't usually wound up mounting up to anything. What mounts up to everything is this: us being able to recognize the simple fact that the compatibility lies in who you actually truly connect with, on which level you connect with them with. You smell me now? Let's keep on listening. This is dope. Let's go.
To me, compatibility really has another word inside of it, which is like adaptability and that deeper understanding of an individual where you know how much you're willing to adapt around certain parts of the relationship. But we'll get to that. I think a lot of people, like, you know, and that's where we got into this conversation around what is slow. A lot of people are waiting to feel like, is this person wasting my time or are they the one? And so they don't have a deeper connection. Maybe they had that spark of chemistry and now.
Man, absolutely. Yep. And so this is where we start to hit that stage of like, should I be doing this? Is this the person? The whole nine? Yes, that is definitely a stage in which one could wound up reaching, like, just for whatever reason when it comes to this, you know? Absolutely, absolutely. So let's go ahead and see what we got on this. Yeah, this is really getting intense.
That's kind of subsided. How do you know if someone's wasting your time? How do you know if you're letting yourself be used or wasted in that way?
So to me, again, I think it always starts with self. And you have to be honest with yourself about, why are you still here? Why are you holding on? What's really driving you? Because, just use an example, let's say you're a woman and the only reason why you're holding on to this guy is because he's a nice guy You don't feel like starting the process over with somebody else. So even though you're not feeling it with him, you figure, let me try to make it work. You're wasting your time.
Wow. Now that's heavy. I don't know what you all's thoughts on that part is, but you let me know exactly what you're thinking. But yeah, definitely that's a heavy. So like when it comes to like the actual interest, the actual are you into that person or not? There are a lot of times I've had people tell me often, now I've never personally gone through that, but like the whole aspect of are you into that person or not, man, that is so tricky, because you got a lot of people nowadays that will definitely just settle. And so when you have an aspect and a dynamic of people out here in the widespread that just honestly settle, that's what can make that definitely very, very difficult to navigate. But let's see what we got right here. Let's go. Let's get back to
it. This is where you're setting yourself up for disaster every single time. So if it's not born out of a true connection, love, a genuine desire, you really like this individual, of course, there's always things we have to work through, but is the foundation strong enough for us to say, okay, we can make something special here? And I think once we are honest with ourselves, that kind of helps answer the question, because sometimes we get so caught up trying to analyze the other individual that it's like we get in our heads and now we're missing the mark on what's really important here. And we can't.
Absolutely. And you know where where like missing that mark comes from? The disconnect between you and that woman when it comes to communicational aspects, when it comes to actual physical language, body language, right? You have to be in tune with yourself. You have to be in tune with that woman. You have to be in tune with this situational circumstances that's going on around you both. You have to be able to know how to read the room, read the floor. All of these things have to be known. Let's go ahead and get back to it. Let's rock out. This is awesome.
Can't always say for sure what's going on with them. I will say that in general, if this person isn't willing to talk about things, they're wasting your time. If they're not willing to address or correct things that have been talked about, they're wasting your time. If you guys aren't on the same page about what you want and where you want to go in life, wasting time. So there are some things I think we can just look at and say, listen, this is pointless here. But a lot of times, and I have to say this, especially for women, women's intuition is extremely powerful. I'm a huge believer in it. And I feel like women know very early, this isn't it. But they rationalize reasons to convince themselves to give this man a chance. And this, again, is a waste of time because it just doesn't work. I've seen people turn what should have been maybe.
Ever wondered what your home looks like from space?
No, I do not wonder what my home looks like from space. Let me see. 140? Yes, because my schedule. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we are going to hit this little ending part. I appreciate you guys so much for pulling up, like dead ass. I'm so serious. So let's go ahead and hit this right here. Let's do it. Respect to the family. You already know what we got going on. Let's go. Okay. I appreciate everybody for pulling up. We are going to go ahead. Hold on. Shh. Let me look what time I got. Yeah, most definitely. Okay, so no, because I got a little quick session because I want to make sure I'm able to pull up this music for us when I can. Let me see what we got. I got a session. Is it there? Shh. Okay, bet. So, shoot. Let me see something here. All right, bet. There we go. All right. Let's pull this back up. History. Let's go. Bam. All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and keep on rocking out with it. Let's see what we got. No, that's not it. Let's keep on rocking. Gotcha.
Dating into years of being married to someone they were not happy with. All because they did not listen to themselves from the beginning. They knew what it was, but they just could not accept it for what it was.
Yeah, and I love that point on intuition. It's almost like when a relationship finally ends, a lot of us think to ourselves, I knew they weren't right for me. Like I knew it. I knew that they weren't the one, but you just didn't listen to that part of yourself.
Yes.
So let's break it down for people. Let's help people out. We started talking about 3 very important words: connection, which you defined, chemistry, which we've defined, and compatibility, which we've defined. How do people know the difference between connection and chemistry when they meet someone? Because I find that the science shows that you're experiencing dopamine and cortisol at the same time. So you're experiencing the reward chemical and stress chemical at the same time, which gives you that chemistry feeling, which is the feeling of butterflies in your stomach, or like, do they like me? Are they into me? What should I wear? That kind of feeling. But then you're talking about a deeper connection. How do you hear the difference? Because I think a lot of us just get swept up in the feeling of.
Definitely. It's something about like that initial rush, that initial high of it all that definitely has a large impact on, a lot of times how a lot of us, like myself, everybody, we all listen. And I'm talking about this like, people who may be intermediate in this, people who definitely, have spent a lot of time in this. All of us know, Let's keep on going.
I'm so into that person. They're so into me. How do you know?
So I think one is, are you even being yourself, or can you be yourself with this individual? If you're presenting your representative, then this is not a real connection. This is them falling for that person that you're presenting, but that's not real. So to me, you should be already being yourself. But with that person you have a connection with, it's a more natural flow. We don't have to force it. We just feel so much more comfortable around them. I think in addition to that is when you find yourself all caught up in the moment and caught up in that chemistry, again, you have to ask yourself, what am I really attaching myself to? What am I?
Wow. Have you yourself ever asked that question? Now, listen, me personally, like I haven't really ever asked myself that, because I've always gone into circumstances wanting to just give what it is that I have to offer within myself. So that question never really, that really was never the thing, as far as like what I would think to ask me personally. Let's go.
All right, what do I really like about this individual? What I find is that when it's really about chemistry, we're still on the surface. You don't really know about them yet. You just know you guys had a good time. Maybe you had fun at this event. You guys were able to talk about a lot of different things, which is great, which is going to also be important if there is a connection. However, do you even know what kind of relationship they want? Do you know what kind of life they want to live? Are you guys really on the same page? I think connection.
Well, see, the thing is, you could have an idea of that if you know what I'm saying? I can say honestly, you can have an idea of that. The thing is that putting these things to the test, that's the part. Like actually putting that to the test is the part I believe that could be the, I don't know, I guess you can say hang up to a degree. I don't know. Oh, no. That's the real test, right? Like actually seeing what it's like over time. That's all. Just over time. Like what actually happens over time. Look, it ain't nothing to like be real cool. Hey, how's it going? You know what I'm saying? Everything like that ain't shit. That ain't shit to feel good for a moment. It ain't nothing. Again, when you live long enough, we all done did that shit, yo. Who hasn't done that a million times over? Felt real good. Come on now.
Is our paths align, our purposes align. So for us to align, we have to have a deeper understanding of where we're headed, and can we head there together? So that's why I think, though you may feel it, or you may feel like you're feeling it, You have to do your due diligence to dig deeper to find out, okay, is this just I got caught up on the surface, or there is something real here?
Yeah.
And I think once we ask enough questions, because I think that's the other big problem. We have this experience where we feel this chemistry, we're so excited, and now we're afraid to ask questions because we don't want to blow up the fantasy.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
We're just like,
yes.
no, I want to keep believing this is great. So let me not ask anything. Let me not run this person away. Let me not rock the boat. But that's going to be what tells us if this is real or not.
Yes, I think you've hit on something there. Like, we're so scared of.
I'm just going to say it. Scared to have the tough discussions, scared to have the tough conversations. You have to ask these questions. And you know something? You can't look at things as if like maybe, you know, you're being accused of something or anything. Some things is really truly just, let's have the discussion. Let's just talk about it. Let's just see exactly what's going on right here. That's all. Just to see, you know what? Because maybe I want to save myself the time and heartache. Maybe you want to save yourself the time and heartache, right? So let's keep on going.
Losing someone that we're okay with not asking important questions and discovering important truths that actually define whether this relationship's going to last.
Absolutely.
And that is ultimately, going back to your point earlier, that is ultimately you not being yourself, right? You're losing yourself, scared that you're going to lose the other person.
Yeah.
So you're okay with not being yourself. Do you think it's ever okay? This is a funny question, I think, but I have to ask it because I think it's a healthy discussion. Do you think it's ever okay to present different sides of yourself in order to attract someone? Or do you think that you're ultimately setting yourself up for failure in a relationship? Almost like, I think a lot of people, they may not become someone completely different, but I think a lot of people are like, oh, I'm going to show my smart side because it will attract this person, or I'm going to show my this side because they'll like that. Are you saying?
The art of switching mask. The mask switch. Oh, okay.
Any of that kind of molding is unhealthy, or do you think there's room for that?
I think anything that is not sustainable is unhealthy. So look at it as if I'm a man and I'm meeting this woman and I want to impress her. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to try to spend all my money, take her to a nice 5-star restaurant, all these things. But deep inside, I prefer a more simple lifestyle. You know, I don't like all that extra stuff. Okay, that's horrible. That's a setup for disaster. That's unhealthy because you can't sustain what you're presenting to that individual that's going to draw them in. So whatever it is, another like common example is you'll have women who love to communicate. They want to be able to talk to you every single day. But because they're afraid of coming off a certain kind of way, they'll hold back on their communication. So now they'll make it seem like they're okay with talking every now and then. We don't always have to text. And then this guy falls for that. He falls for this low standard. I don't want to call it low standard, but not having such a high expectation of him when it comes to communication. Then he finally gets with the woman.
Goodness gracious. Absolutely. We cannot ignore that. The whole, listen, how we as men can fall into the, like, not even trap, but like, we actually listen to you. See, what he really is explaining is that man actually listens. So we actually listen to what you say. We going by what you say, but hold T, we didn't know you was just like either, and I'm not going to say testing us, but like you were saying one thing, but really you're like, hey, but just because I say this doesn't mean, and not always we would catch that. Now, does that mean that's not the man for you? You would never know. Because if you base it upon things like, I'm gonna be honest, such trivial as that, I promise you, it you know, it's always going to be this continuously starting from the drawing board type scenario that all of us go through until we get that right. Now let's keep on going. That includes me, myself.
Her true self is going to come out at some point. No one can suppress their true self forever. It comes out, and now it's like,
what are we talking about right now? Absolutely. At some point, you will express who you truly are, who your real side is really going to come out. Now, you know what I look at when I think about these dynamics? Consistency. What is the consistency in these things? Do you consistently show me a side of you that I can say, you know what? I can vouch for that person's character. There are a lot of times I can say, yeah. I mean, you know, with most people I deal with, whether friends, whoever, majority of the time I can almost always say, yeah, I can vouch for that person's character. That's who they are. And that's something that I definitely have peeped. Let's go.
What is this? I did not sign up for this. Now we're fighting. Now we're stressed because you want him to call you more. He was used to you not being worried about it so much. That's why it's going to always not work out. So it's extremely unhealthy unless we're presenting a side of us that is truly us and we can sustain it.
You've hit on something again there, that at the beginning of relationships, we often display unrealistic standards and we set those.
Yes.
And then when things shift and now you're back in reality again, the other person's like, but wait a minute, I thought you were really into me.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it, Jim. Now, in life, listen, I'm talking about from partner business-ships, everything. You could say, man, I really thought that we were partners in this, as far as like, man, we were going into business and, you know, I had an idea, you had an idea, we were going to design and we were going to create this and we were going to, you know, devastate the world with our idea. And you have the same circumstances that can take place when it comes to friendships, relationships, everything. Now, I tell you right now, a large part of what they're speaking about still does go and fall back to me being a broken record. Knowing yourself. When you know yourself, these things you will at least be able to pick up on much earlier than later. You'll be able to see it a lot further ahead than behind. You won't have to worry about the hindsight being 2020 more than likely, because you have that discernment, you move with logic, and you do have your emotions intact. Let's keep going.
And I even went through that with my wife. When we first met, I was able to spend pretty much every day with her because I didn't have a job. And so I was looking for work. I was applying. I would go see her at her college every day and I would spend the day with her. And I'd be in the library applying for jobs while she was studying.
Yeah.
And I could see her every day. And I think I saw her every day potentially for like 6 months, maybe. Every single day, 5 days a week at least. And then when I got a job, that wasn't the case anymore. Because I was at work now and I'd set this unrealistic expectation that we could see each other all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And even in the beginning, I would see her all the time because I'd spend time with her family, but we wouldn't spend time with my family because I hadn't told my family yet. And so now that my family knew, we were trying to split the time. And all of a sudden it was like, well, wait a minute, we used to spend time at my house. And so even in little things like that, it took a bit of adapting because I'd set a false standard in our relationship. And then thankfully my wife was adapting and she understood and she got it and it was fine. But I think for so many.
Now, part of adapting, any form of adaptation, I'm always going to say it, that comes with time. Time is what's going to give that adaptation time. Think about it. They don't say tomorrow will heal all wounds. Tomorrow don't heal all wounds. Time heals all wounds. The fact is that through time, we learn all of these things that we have a much better grasp of learning. These are the things that we know, right? Let's keep on rocking out. I digress. My mic is muted. Let's go.
So many people, you set unrealistic expectations in who you are.
Yes.
And that's hard to come back from.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's why it's so important for us to know who we are so that we can present the real from the jump. You know, because again, a lot of times people, you know, this idea that we're always changing. Yes, I do think we're always evolving, but some of the big shifts that you see is not because that's just the way life is. It's because you didn't take the time to figure yourself out first. And then you got with this person and now you want them to adjust. Now, thank God for you, she was able to adjust. But there's a lot of people that they can't handle that.
Yeah.
And now everything falls apart from there. And so that's why, yeah, we have to be very careful with what we're presenting from the beginning.
Yeah, I agree with you on that we think people change but actually they just start to understand themselves better.
Exactly.
Right? It's like they went from being completely unconscious about who they were. You met an unconscious version of a person.
Yep.
And now you think they're changing, but they just became conscious of who they are.
And that's what we also would call, just simply discovering more about yourself. The more you discover about you, the more you actually get. You start to actually recognize exactly who you are. You do. And see, this is also when we talk about growing, constantly elevating oneself. Absolutely. Like that's smack on point. So let's keep on listening. This is a dope ass discussion. This right here is heavy. I'm loving it.
Absolutely.
But the thing is, Stefan, as you know, like society doesn't encourage that time of getting to know yourself, right? When you're young, you're not trained in how to think about who you want to be. You're trained in thinking about what you want to do. It's about your job. It's about your career.
Absolutely. And I'm one of the main people. I always speak about this, right? When it comes to men, just like, for example, stepping out of high school, when it comes to men actually stepping into like the real first stages of manhood, adulthood, we're never really told to buckle down. Make sure that you put all your ducks in a row as soon as possible. Now, it's crazy because, if we think about it, yes, there is something called, what men would say. I don't use none of this shit, but, men would say women like hit the wall. Okay, cool beans. We like wine, they're like milk, all this other dumb shit we say. All right, cool beans. So if that's the case, how do we not see it that we actually have an expiration? Like, everything has an expiration date. Everything has something that, at some point it will perish, right? So I know I'm going to perish. At some point, I'm not going to be really in the headspace, the physical energy to keep up with a newborn baby. I as well am going to be at a point where I don't want to do that shit no more, because I'm more stuck in my ways, like routine. Like, I don't want to, like, now I got to get up early in the morning. I'm usually asleep right now, things of that nature, right? The fact is that these things can interchange at any moment. And, again, I am definitely what I would like to declare the label breaker. Like, these labels that's just put on things just continuously. Now, some things are definitely exactly what it is. Like, it ain't no stereotype about it or nothing. Nah, that's some real stuff. That's really what it is. Like, I'll give you a perfect example. Most women love hospital ice. That's just round the board. See how that works? Most men love some sport, whether it's one or the other or a few or a couple. That's for the most part around the board. I know I said hospital ice. I know. Look. But not real talk though. Like, there are just some things that's just, it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, it's some things like, I don't know, let's take the typical cookout. The typical cookout, you can't go wrong with burgers and chicken. It's just some things, it is what it is. Like, we just know this. Let's keep on going. Let's see what we got.
You're not thinking about who you are as a human being or as a person. So how do we, in this society where understanding who you are is not clear, it's not encouraged, where does one start, or where have you kind of found great insights in trying to discover who we are?
I would love to see more parents encouraging their children to explore how they're feeling about who they are. Like, what I have found is a lot of people who, let's say I had one client where she wanted to be an actress when she was a little kid, but parents kind of pushed her in a different direction. Now she's like a social worker, but her desire is still to be an actress. Like the things that they wanted to do, they want to do as an adult now, you can find back in their childhood in a lot of cases. So I feel like too many people have stifled their children's growth in certain areas with limited ideas of, well, this can't make money, or this wouldn't be a good look for the family, or whatever the case may be. It's like, no, let them walk in it and see for themselves if that's really where they belong. Outside of that, for me, I think the big thing is getting in tune spiritually. I'm just a huge believer in that. I feel like me finding myself was when I went into what I call my wilderness period. I kind of just shut everything off that I was doing, because I used to be all over.
Absolutely. And you know something? You know what that comes with? That comes with men truly of a certain mental status and behavior. Like, you know what we do? We just kind of go off, and no matter if you see us or not, like we just kind of bury ourselves in work. We just kind of like, it's like this, it's a hiatus. It's a pilgrimage within one's mind, within one's heart. Like it really is. Like it's something where we just kind of go off to ourselves. We're not really concerned about like just, hey, what's up with everybody now? It's just, you know, give me a minute. It's like one of those, just give me a minute. I mean, I'll be back with y'all. Just give me a minute.
Having fun, partying, all these different things, and then God kind of slapped me upside my head, and I had to like really pull away from everything and go deeper from within. And it felt like a process of breaking me down to build me right back up. And that's when I started to see, because what I realized is the world is filled with distractions. And it's the distractions why we can't see ourselves for who we really are. If we simply shut off the distractions long enough, you will learn a lot. So even if someone just took a year off, don't worry, you know, limit the TV you're watching, limit the music you're listening to, limit all the internet stuff. Just really go deeper within yourself, spend more time alone, spend more time, you know, thinking and processing. You will learn a lot, because again, a lot of it isn't a problem of we don't know ourselves. We are not aware, and we're not willing to accept. And once we allow ourselves to do those two things, become aware and then accept it, we become free.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think that I've always been a big proponent of solitude to understand who you are, because as soon as you have another person, you now have another person's opinions you have to filter.
Yes.
As soon as you have another person in front of you, you have another person's judgments to filter. And so now you can't even say what you truly think about something, because you're constantly thinking, what does that person think about me and my beliefs? And so understanding your beliefs in solitude allows you to be really clear about what your values and beliefs are. And that's what it's there for. I think when people get into, if we switch to compatibility again, the idea, we talked about the difference between connection and chemistry, but compatibility is really interesting because a lot of people believe that relationships should be hard and they require hard work. And a lot of people believe relationships should be easy and everything should just flow.
Exactly earlier. What was it that I was giving the multiple contrast on? The balance. Too much water is going to flood the crops. Not enough will turn the world into a desert. Everything that I speak about revolves around balance, because balance is what's going to make that couple, which is two that became one as a counterpart. That's what's going to make them equal. The balance, us being balanced, is what makes us equal. Think about it. If it's a scale, if it's like this, that's not equal. That's not equal. That is, right? So when we have the balance, we don't have to talk about if you run this, I run that, so on and so forth. We're right there on the same page. We're hand in hand, step by step with each other. Let's keep going. That's what I love to hear. Let's keep it rocking out.
Where have you kind of discovered your lens on that spectrum?
So, okay, there's a couple ways to look at it. I think that most relationships, and I'll even be more specific, most relationships that involve connection and true love are typically hard. Not because relationships have to be hard, but because most people have been hurt by something in their life, are holding on to past traumas, haven't resolved it. Once they meet this individual that they feel so strongly about, it is scary. This is where things get difficult. It's the difficultness in how do I handle this? How do I manage this? You'll have people feel like they're losing themselves, but they're not losing themselves. Their true self is coming out. And it's the self that's been hiding behind that wall they've been using for quote unquote protection. But I always say the same walls to protect you are the same walls blocking your blessings. So now they're being pulled from behind it. It's makes them feel some kind of way. And again, people start to mishandle things. You also have situations where people are getting bad advice. Like, I'm gonna give one example. There's this book called The Game by Neil Strauss. I don't know if you ever read that book.
Yeah,
But
Neil's great.
Neil, you know, he went into that world to pick up artistry, learned it, and he was great with the women. But then once he found that woman that he fell in love with, all that stuff doesn't work anymore. So you have a lot of men being taught how to handle women in general, but they don't understand that's not how you handle the woman you truly love. And so now again, you have individuals who, though they are truly in love with this person, they constantly mishandle it with bad guidance, with fear, and all these things. This is what makes it hard. And I even think that
Absolutely. And that's why it's even said, you know, shout out to a very, very dope ass chick, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to No One Like Tika. Even her herself, she says often, make sure that you come into the circumstance on a clean slate. That's right. You got to make sure that you come into the situation on a clean slate. That way you avoid, you know, going to a person in such a manner like that. So definitely I can get with that right there. Now, on my piece right there as well, I would say this. The whole dynamic of like what we've had is like relationships and stuff. We have to remember, like, a man always wants to know that there's something that he brings of worth to the circumstance. A woman always wants to know that she is of worth in the circumstance. Now, me recognizing this very, very intricate dynamic. All right, cool. I want to make sure I got some purpose in this. She came into the circumstance knowing that she built herself up to say, hey, I am worth this. It's crazy how generally us as men, we will show our worth through what it is that we can provide. You see? Now, I can't speak to what the woman worth aspect is. I'm not a woman. I told y'all I don't do that. I guard my tongue. But it's like, if there's not that direct connection between what it is that you have to provide and what it is of not just what she wants, how she wants it to be presented. The only thing that I personally can say is everything falls into the category of communication will always be key. Let's keep it rocking out.
a lot of times the people who are supposed to be together sometimes will have the hardest time getting together. But I believe that once we're able to conquer that part of it and actually come together, it's not hard. Yes, it takes work. I believe we have to be conscious and mindful of how we treat our partners, how we show up, being willing to listen. But I think it's so much easier to do those things with someone you have a connection with and you're truly in love with. It's going to...
That is an absolute fact. But you know something? When we go really back to that actual definition, the whole nine, right? Now, I personally, I know what it is. Like, as far as for me, myself, what love is. And, you know, honestly, the definition of love, if I was to say it, the definition of love is the individualized emotional embrace of each person. It is. It's the emotionalized embrace of each person. And I mean that in the sense of like, it's always going to vary what love is, how it's supposed to be shown, and in what manner it should be received. There is no one. See, the thing is that even if we say God is love, let's think about even if we were to go with that, right? Let's just say we did go with the whole God is love. If we did go with that, then we would have to say to ourselves, then we have to know that God is a like endless, vast avenue of multiple layers and tunnels and vessels of life. There's no one way direction God operates. None of us can say there is, right? Not equivocally, right? But knowing that, okay, cool beans. If I know that's the case, that God don't work in one way, and if it is, let's just say God is love. So if God is the love, then how can I possibly look at as love works in just one way? How can I possibly see it in such a form? How can I possibly look at it in that manner? That's not something that I can even begin to try to wrap my mind around. You smell me now? So that's the part about it that I look at. But let's keep on listening. Let's see what we got.
Always feel 10 times harder when you're in the wrong relationship. And I would argue the vast majority of people are in the wrong relationship. That's why they're seeing it be so difficult. And when you see this whole it's easy, typically it's easy because you have two people who are not digging deeper. They're trying to ride out that chemistry we talked about earlier for as long as possible, all right? So yeah, it seems like it's great, it's easy, no issues, but it doesn't really work like that because they're just not facing the reality of the situation. So I think we have to understand that there is gonna be some bumps in the road because of all the things that people have been through. But once we're able to come together and we know this is our partner, this is who we want to share our life with, it can get so much better.
Yeah, and do you think that people have just been given generally the wrong education on how to deal with another person in their life?
100%.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately, a lot of individuals are giving advice from a bitter, hurt place.
God dang it, Jim. If that ain't some real stuff, a lot of times I'm talking about like I've noticed that in these spaces, it be a lot of hurt ass niggas out here. I've noticed that in these spaces, it's a lot of hurt ass chicks out here. It's a lot of just people who are just really hurt and wanting to vent and just wanting to get shit off. There are moments and times where I have gotten things off of my chest. I am not somebody who was like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I am that person who definitely recognizes my position and my part to play in whatever all of this is. Again, I pulled this up for you, but I also learned from it myself because I don't know anything. God knows everything. Let's keep going.
And they're trying to disguise it as I'm just looking out for you. No, you haven't healed and you cannot properly guide them in a positive and loving manner. And I think that a lot of people, I always say it's funny how we'll spend a lot of time getting educated for the sake of our careers and business, but we don't do the same for relationships. And yet relationships arguably are even more important than that career or business. And even if it's not a romantic relationship, just relationships in general, your ability to coexist with others, connect with others is extremely important. If you want that business to succeed, you have to learn how to establish business relationships. There's no way around it. So we have to learn how to talk to people, listen to people, you know what I'm saying? And just make things work when we come together with other individuals. So I definitely think that we're just lacking in a lot of education. And again, because there's so many voices on the internet now, there's just so much bad advice being given. And the individuals giving it, they may be giving, like, let's say 80% of the advice is accurate, but it's that 20% that's completely off that can derail everything.
And isn't that something? Now, generally, what is the information that is given to us when it comes to the actual dynamic of, I guess, like, no person is perfect, right? 80%, 80-20, 80-20. So in a relationship, we will say peep game. We ain't just smoking, we know. 80% is cool, but that 20% can throw the whole thing off. All right, cool beans. But yet in a relationship, we will always tell people, be logical and know that it's a 80-20 factor. We listen.
And that's the stuff that people are gravitating to, and it's just causing a lot of problems.
Can you give us some example of some of the, like, not specific people or anything like that? I just mean, like, could you give an example of bad advice and what about it is bad or unhealthy for people to try and put into practice?
Okay, so one thing I heard recently was an individual said some of the best advice you can give to men is to not fall in love. You know, basically just find a woman you want to be with and kind of keep it there. The reason why I view that as horrible advice is because you sit down with any man who's lived enough life.
I apologize. I apologize. We're going to take a quick commercial break. I got a very, very heartfelt, warm message, and I just want to have a little reflection on that. I ain't gonna lie, I appreciate it. God damn it, Jim. If you ain't something else.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Thank you. Very refreshing to the soul.
They will all be able to say there's been at least one time they fell deeply for a woman, all right? The problem isn't falling deeply for a woman. The problem is we don't know how to handle it once we get there. The problem is because we're not accustomed to handling and processing our emotions a certain kind of way and being this vulnerable, we don't understand what's going to be required of us in that moment. We also kind of lose sight of, because I'm a big believer in masculine and feminine energy, and I believe that if she was attracted to you because of that masculine energy that you give off, and now you become this emotional wreck because you don't know how to handle all these feelings you have for her, well, you start to become less attractive to her. And it's not that it's not fixable, it's fixable, but again, a lack of understanding and awareness derails the situation.
Jim, a lack of what? Understanding and awareness. Now listen, watch this, people. If you have a lack of understanding of something and a lack of awareness of something, does that mean that you're not smart or you're dumb or something, or, you know, you're slow? No, it just means that you are not educated in this in particular. I can take you out to the fields or something, like as far as like where we hunt, right? And if you don't know exactly how to move, the time in which we get up, when we load up, all of that, if you don't know exactly what it takes and what trails we follow, and it's not just like poop trails, no, it's so many different things in which we know as hunters. These are things we know. If you're not aware of that, that doesn't make you dumb. That don't make you anything. You just not hip. See, let's put it like that. Ain't that what we say in the community, right? Man, I just want hip. That's all that is. Nothing else. So what it is that, how do you become hip? Anything that you got hip to, I want you to think about it. Let's just take it in the basic hood form. Let's just take it round away. Let's just go back round away. Anything that you got like a hang of, a handle of, whether it's hustling, dealing with the ladies around the way, right? Dealing with the dudes that be trying to like play with you and thinking that it's sweet with you, whatever it is. Did you get to hang of that overnight? I'm gonna let you sit with that one. Now let's keep on going. And I want you to tell me in your mind, that's all. We can talk telepathically. I'm with you. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and Professor Exit. How long did it take you to get certain aspects of life? How long did it take for you to really get a hang of it and master it? You know what? Like, I really do get it now. You just came out the gate and knew. That's not how these things work at all. It's always going to be continuously, and I'm not talking about relationships. I'm talking about the growth of you as an individual in this form, in this physical vessel in which you're in. It's always going to take continuously you wanting to seek another level of yourself. We're always going to have to seek that. You have to seek another level of yourself. Let's go ahead and get to it.
So rather than telling men don't fall in love because it's inevitable, let's teach them how we walk in love, how we what I call loving in your masculine, how you maintain that energy and still be able to pour into that woman in a way that allows the relationship to flourish.
Yeah, and how does that work when, I think obviously a lot of people in that example that you're giving.
Just for the record, whenever you see me do that, it's because I see they messing with my live. So, and that happens periodically. Yeah, see, they done went on ahead and stepped out. See, we can see that over here. Anyway.
If the person's attracted to someone because of their masculine energy, but at the same time, they want them to be empathetic and compassionate and kind, which are generally seen as more feminine energy, how does that person balance the two? Or is that not how you're explaining it? Is that not?
No, it's about balance. So we have to understand we all have masculine and feminine energy within us. I'm a believer in one must be your dominant energy. The other is the one you tap into when necessary. So as a man, you can walk in your masculine and in those moments tap into those things, but you can't just stay there all the time. All right. You can't just become this needy, emotional guy. That's
just like how the brother Jay was talking about. You got to know how to be Bruce Wayne and Batman and when to be each. Know when to take the suit off. Know when to take the cape and all of that, the mask off, and just chill. Fall back, relax with it, ease up. One thing I definitely know that I can say has always been a forte of mine in life is just the capability to make people feel comfortable around me. Like people, old white couples, our own, the youth, our sisters, our brothers who be skeptical, who this nigga. You know, when you operate in a certain aura and light, You're not always going to get that exactly right all the time with everybody because you're not supposed to. But overall, majority of the time, you're going to know exactly how to move around people. And it's called being well-rounded. You can be around those of us who aren't necessarily, let's say, those of us who aren't necessarily the most classy. You know how to go ahead and adapt when you back around the way. When you are in those environments in which you need to go ahead and act accordingly, you know exactly what to do. When you're around those who aren't of your background, you know how to at least humble yourself enough and fall back and just let them go ahead and take the wheel. And you know what generally happens? You learn and they feel comfortable. Thus, both parties win. It's such a beautiful dynamic. I go much deeper into these things than just the typical what it is that we talk about when it comes to relationships. These are things that we always have to keep in mind. All right?
It's not going to work in the vast that's being thrown out there that women don't like good guys. I don't believe that's what it is. I believe that women become less attracted when you don't know how to exude and walk in your masculine energy. And we're hiding behind the label of good guy. You can be a good guy and still exude masculine energy. And that's the thing. And we also think that, oh, they like bad.
All right, so I'm gonna say this, and there are a lot of people not gonna agree with me on this, but honestly, look, the whole like the good guys finish last. You know what I've learned with that? And I'm talking about just through life. The good guys that so-called finish last are the guys who first and foremost didn't know themselves before they stepped into the situation fully. Second, the good guys who finish last generally are the dudes who, when it comes to going into relationships, they, let's say, I'm just trying to think of like a, you know what I'm saying, like a chill way to say it, but I don't know one. They go into it bitch made. You can't go into it like that. You have to go into the circumstance and the situation in which you're going to turn into a relationship. Be exactly who you are. That solid, thorough, stoic, poised, confident man that you were raised to be. If you don't have those qualities, I'm not speaking to you because I don't know how to identify with that caliber. But once you do that, then it's not about you being that 24/7. Guess what? You also have to know how to then transition at times, morph yourself into what it is that she would like for you to be at that moment. Like, for example, if she just wants you to be real chill and on some like, oh my gosh, this is so great too, even though you might not be into it, be that, damn it, and work your magic. Do the damn thing. Make sure it's very clear. Wow, I'm smiling right along with you on this. There they go messing with my live again. There they go rolled out on my live again. Goodness gracious, I swear you too funny. But we, you know, when you actually recognize exactly how all of that, just the whole function of it, you really do. You start to get it a lot more. You start to really peep and see exactly what it consists of. Let's go ahead and get back to it. I digress. My mic is muted. Let's rock out.
Bad boys. No, if you look deeper, it's really the masculine energy that quote unquote bad boy exudes. But what they desire is a mixture of both. The same way that we would want a mixture of both. We would want a loving, sweet woman, feminine woman, whatever. And if you're a guy who wants a masculine woman, cool. But you don't want her to be just that. You know, you want her to have the ability to tap into that other side when necessary. It's our partner. And I think it's healthy. And if we just learn how to maintain it and how to nurture it, we would see greater success in relationships.
Yeah, what are some of the skills with mastering that energy that you think we're missing out on, and balancing that energy and knowing when to be which? And because the reason why it's hard is I think we live in a binary world, right? Like you feel like you have to choose. Like you're either a bad boy or you're a good guy. You're
Exactly. We are, a lot of times as men, we're not really geared or really trained around having that balance. We're either around, you must be this or you must be that. Nah, you know what you must be? You. And if you consist of multi-dimensional aspects of yourself, master each multi-dimensional aspect of you. Period. And don't let nothing hold you up or stop you from that. Because if you do, then you will let that hold you up and stop you from being the absolute best version of you could ever possibly be. Let's go.
Doer or you're a thinker, you're a winner or you're a loser, right? Like we think like that. And so people go, okay, I can either be masculine or I can be feminine. And I definitely relate to what you were saying. Like, I believe that there is a lot about me that is massively masculine in energy, using that language and terminology, my drive, my ambition, how I work, my strategic mind. And at the same time, I consider myself to have a lot of great feminine energy and qualities where it comes to like empowering others and nurturing and the ability to hold deep, compassionate space and be empathetic, which are all powerful qualities for everyone, right? Beyond gender, they're powerful qualities. And I appreciate, and it's taken a long time to know when to be which. And it's still, and I still make mistakes, right? There's still sometimes I'm like, oh, I should have been more assertive. I should have been more affectionate. So we live in a world that finds it hard to hold to a...
Now, peep game, and really, really peep game on how he just said that right there. Like, man, there are times on his hindsight being 2020, there are times where he looked back and he was like, dang, you know what? Maybe I should have just like really went at it. Dang. Maybe it's times I should have went on ahead and just like been a little bit more romantic or chill. Dang. You know what I mean? Like, that is an absolute, very, very real concept that can take place. Why? Because when a man that has true intentions, see, I'm not saying if you don't have true intentions, you go about it one way. All I'm saying is the typical, at least from men, us, how we generally show you that we're really interested in is when we will continuously try to mold ourselves to whatever it is that we feel as if tickles your fancy. Whatever it is that's going to like make you be like, this is my, yeah, like, Will, you know, you want us to be a little more chill, cool. Like, you know what? I don't like loud men. All right, bet we're going to quiet it down. You like dudes that's more like assertive, real aggressive. All of a sudden, we just pop up on live and we got all kind of like chains and we start beefing with people. Like, we'll just, because we're like literally, so it's wild how trying to maintain the balance of being yourself, not losing who you are as a man, but simultaneously trying to make sure that you keep up and maintain with this standard that you know you want to apply to keep this woman's attention. That is that be the wildest part about all of this, man. Goodness gracious. Let's keep going.
Opposing ideas at the same time.
Yeah.
We don't know how to do that in any sphere of life, let alone within ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So what are some of the skills that we can learn in order to nurture both those energies in a healthy way inside of ourselves?
So I think one, it's going to require a lot of if you're already in a relationship, it's going to boil down to a lot of transparency and communication. You know, if you're that man trying to understand that woman.
That's the most transparent part about it, is knowing exactly how to go about that when you need to go about it. The actual aspects of it that comes into play when it comes to that, building the magnetic connection that comes with the entirety of two becoming one. Two becoming one is the magnetic connection of it all. Now that all comes with the let's just call it the balance of compatibility, right? So let's just say the scale itself is compatibility, and where that balance comes in is you put yourself, your entire self, you just sit on the scale. She sits on the scale. Both of you all are there, and then it just sees how it works. Now, how does that work in real time, real life? That is through you all's encounters, how things mesh or don't mesh, if there's a mojo or no mojo when it comes to the whole dynamics of how you all connect. So let's keep on going. Let's rock out. And salute to everybody in the building. Thank you all for tuning in. Let's keep on going. The time right now is 10:35 p.m. East Coast Standard Time.
And then when you can walk in those two energies, her being willing to be honest and open about, you know what, this was too much over here, or I needed some of this over here. And in time, you're going to become more aware and understanding. And it's going to be like second nature to you. You won't have to overthink it. And I think part of it is not overthinking it. It's kind of like being ourselves, but understanding that we have to learn when this is doing too much and vice versa. I also think that in reality, for a lot of men, especially when we're talking about relationships and kind of losing that masculine energy, the underlying issue is fear. All right. When we become so afraid of losing this woman, we lose ourselves. And so a lot of men now fall into this very feminine, needy space because they're just afraid. We have to learn that, listen, like to me, I feel if your partner thinks you're never going to walk away from them, no matter what they do, you've lost. That's a horrible place to be in. We have to get to a place where we both understand that as long as we show up the way that we need to show up for each other, we have each other's back.
What have I always said when it comes to that? My main motto is this: when you step into a relationship, you know how it generally can work the best. As long as we do the same thing every day, we should be just fine. What does that mean? Does that mean specifically every day at this time or whatever? No, schedules change, the whole nine. What I mean by that is how you view me, how we communicate, the passion that I have to want to know more about you. Because you know what's crazy? We will actually think to ourselves, because it's like past the 3 months and I've asked you all of the typical questions like, so what's your favorite color? What you like to do for fun? Like, we feel like once we got past that, right? They messing with my live again. We feel like once we got past that, it ain't nothing more to know about that person. Nah. Remember, don't we say all the time, usually people, when we step into relationships, there is a certain amount of a mask that is put on. Is the mask fake? No, the mask is actually a self-defense mechanism. I have yet to drop my guard. The mask doesn't mean I'm being fake. The mask only means I just have yet to reveal to you who I am in my entirety. We don't be thinking about that part of it. We don't. We do not take time to think about, no, that person is just a defense mechanism. Because everybody has it. Why? Because, listen, everybody has been hurt. I don't care who you are. You've been disappointed before. You've been let down before. You've been hurt before. And because we all know this about all of us, we all know that each individual is going to develop their own defensive mechanism as to how they will go about not going through it again. Let's stop acting like that's not the case. You know, it kills me when people be saying stuff like, you big mad, why you hurt? Well, because if I was to say I never been hurt by anything, then that would mean that I'm a person that's not capable of loving. And if I'm not capable of loving, then why would I even be stepping into relationships in the first place? Do you see how all these things, if you really break it down, it don't be making no sense most of the time? And I'm talking about in the level of the typical narratives that's just thrown out there to all of us, myself included. I hear the same narratives as you. I hear you got to have 6 figures, be 6 feet, have a 6-pack. I hear, you know, my sisters definitely have to have this type of body, this and that and everything else. Low body count or damn near virgin. We all hear the same things. We all hear how modern women, nothing ass, bum ass niggas. You know, the fact is that all of these stories, all of these, let's say, I guess you can call it dynamics that's taken place in today's relationship society, if you want to say. A lot of it is really much so, it's diluted. It's not the same mixture. Just like a lot of ingredients and, you know, things that we know from back in the day. Like, it's just not the same no more. But the thing is that it's not about if it's the same anymore, really, necessarily. It's just about recognizing that aspect of it. No, what it really comes down to is what do you do in your particular circumstance to make sure that you're not the comes to whatever your relationship dynamic consists of, that is something that's going to be personal between you and that person that you're with. And however you all have it see fit to be worked out and how things go and things of that nature, that's on you two as two individuals. That's not for social media or nobody to have a claim on. At times, will you have some form of maybe, I don't know, you know what? This kind of touched me. This was very inspirational. Cool beans. You know what? This right here remind me of this or that. Cool beans. Never should anything social media wise ever be the determining factor as to why you actually move or make decisions that you do. Why? Because just like your relationship with God, your relationship period with yourself first and foremost, and then your relationship extended to whomever it is that you choose to be your companion. All of these things are supposed to always remain a very personal circumstance. And so I get that. So it's like, you know, we have to make sure that we keep that balance. Now, that's part of that. Keeping the balance. Now let's get back to the video. Let's see what we got.
Back. We will be here. But neither of us will tolerate an unhealthy relationship and someone who blatantly does not want to work on making this better. I would want the woman I'm with to feel that way, and I need to feel that way. Once we understand that, and you have the confidence of, I can walk away if I have to, that shifts your energy right there in itself. And now you don't find yourself falling into that place where, again, you start to look a lot more unattractive, or for some men, they become yes men in their relationships, thinking that makes her happy. That's turning her off. She doesn't want you to be her yes man. She wants you to stand up for yourself sometimes. Give your opinion, give your perspective.
Oh, that's the thing about it. Yes. See, the thing that can make it tricky sometimes is when, what does she want you to give your opinion about? Anything that does not consist of something being putting the magnifying scope on her. Oh yeah, give your opinion about this and that. It ain't got nothing to do with me. That is a very, very real thing. How do I know this? Because I know for a fact, as a man, as me myself, it don't feel too good having the magnifying glass put on myself. See, I only know this because I'm speaking about this as somebody who knows what it's like to have it put on me. It's not a good feeling. And me knowing that, that's something that definitely women will look to a lot more as far as on the emotional aspect of it. Okay? And it's not a point of a finger or anything. It's just the simple fact of, yes, I do notice how there is a difference in the dynamic and how that all plays out at times, sometimes, and only sometimes. And this is not all cases. And I will never be placed into the category of someone who thinks in that manner. And for that being said, we're going to go ahead and woosah real quick. Let's go ahead and bring it back. Let's breathe easy and do it.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
Okay, now, and we are back at it. Let's get back to it. Let's rock out.
She wants to be able to, if anything, be able to have discussions with you about these things. Not just you say, whatever you want, whatever you want, whatever you want. Over time, it becomes a problem. So I think that once we conquer that fear, once we create a space where we can talk about these moments and not feel some kind of way. I think sometimes men they struggle with taking the criticism from their partner. Men and women. We all do when we have actual feelings for someone. We don't care about you, it's not as big of a deal. But we're emotionally invested, we're more sensitive to it. But we have to understand that these criticisms are for the sake of making things better and strengthening this relationship. So once we can get to that place, it's going to be so much easier to grow in it.
Now, if that ain't something right there, you know something? I don't even want to, I really don't. I don't want to add too much to that. The only thing that honestly I got really for that is point blank period.
Let's get the video started. And us, let's get the video started.
Let's get it.
And then I think it's just a matter of understanding that this balance isn't just for your relationship. So look at it like from a sports perspective. If I'm on a basketball team, there may be moments where I need to take the lead and recognize, all right, everyone else is down. Someone needs to step up. This is my moment. And then there's other moments where I realize, okay, let's say we already have a team captain. Let me show them that I can follow, serve, do what needs to be done so that the team can win. It's just becoming aware of what the moment requires, you know? And again, I think the more in tune we get with ourselves and the more in tune we get with our partner, the easier it becomes to find that balance.
That's the challenge, right? The challenge is just how much patience we have.
God dang it, Jim. I'm going back on that because I was about to say something. I ain't got to say it. What did he say right after that?
Lead and recognize, all right, everyone else is down. Someone needs to step up. This is my moment. And then there's other moments where I realize, okay, let's say we already have a team captain. Let me show them that I can follow, serve, do what needs to be done so that the team can win. It's just becoming aware of what the moment requires, you know? And again, I think the more in tune we get with ourselves and the more in tune we get with our partner, the easier it becomes to find that balance.
That's the challenge, right? The challenge is just how much patience we have with ourselves and others to realize that you walked into an unbalanced situation. And now it's like, how much patience, how much time are we going to give it to get to that? Because the challenge is, I think we walk into a situation thinking it's perfect, whereas we should be walking into a relationship knowing it's imperfect.
Absolutely.
And we're going to learn and figure it out together. And I think that's what sets us up for failure, is because we walk into it going it's perfect. And deep down, we know it isn't. But
God, I mean, really, I don't really have to say nothing. What he's talking about, going into it thinking it's perfect. What is what we think perfect? The pink cloud, that initial, the beginning. It's always going to feel great. It's always going to feel amazing. It's always going to be I can't believe it. You're the best thing since sliced bread. But he continuously keeps bringing up the same word in a different form, in which I say time, he says patience. Patience takes time. Time takes patience. Let's go.
somehow we gloss over it. Whereas I find when I know we're going to fight, when I know we're going to argue, when I know there's going to be disagreements, that sets me up to develop the skills I need in order to.
Exactly.
I'm just going to sit here and just look at the camera. Boy, how many times I've said that.
Navigate those things.
Yes.
But if I assume like, oh, we're never going to fight. And I always get that, right? We always meet someone who goes to, I meet a friend who goes to me, Jay, we never fight. I'm like, how long have you been together? Because I don't know anyone.
He keeps going back. Everything he says goes right back to time. How long?
Who never fights. I get that no one has to get to like the heights of fights.
Yeah.
I get that. I get that. It doesn't have to be a heated fight. But I don't know anyone who doesn't disagree.
There you go. Okay,
right?
yes.
Right.
I think that's important for people to understand.
I don't know. I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it directly. He's being light about it. I don't know a relationship where there are times where you can't stand my ass and I can't stand you. That's a real thing. There are going to be times I just don't like you right now. I mean, real talk. And there are going to be times you just don't like me. That don't have nothing to do. Listen, because the key words is, I want you to pay attention. Words are very important and I take them seriously. I don't like to fling them around just willy-nilly. I said in key, there are times you're not going to like me. I didn't say there are times you're not going to love me. Pay attention. Pay attention. There are times you're not going to like me. That's natural. That's normal. That has nothing to do with whether or not I still love you. Now, man, there's so many everything that's being said, and each and every one is invited as far as that goes. But honestly, if we're talking about the dynamics of really truly love God, it didn't take, listen, were you created in God's love? Let's just say your whole life being brought into this world. Watch this. All right, let's just say God created all of us in love, which I got my thoughts on that. So, only because I know it's evil people in the world. That's why, just to make it clear. Follow me. God created us in love, right? All right, cool beans. How long did it take for each of us to, you know, as far as like from conception, intimacy, intimacy, then conception, right? Development, then birth. That entire is like more than 9 months. Technically, it's like 10, 11, something like that, because it takes a while. You had to swim, you know, up the stream. We all know the stories. You were created in God's love. So me being here right now, who I am, who you're looking at, my features, everything was created in God's love. It took 9 whole months just for me to get into planet Earth. What makes you ever think it'll take you anything bare minimum less to acquire love? If it took you 9 whole months just to get here, just to be born, be healthy, that first spank on the bottom, cord cut, your first bottle, the whole 9, diapers changed, your whole development took a while. It took quite some time for you to develop into yourself. And even then, during the developing processing stages of who it is that you are now, you've had times where you probably didn't like yourself just as much as you might do today. I know I'm not the only one that thinks that. We're not going to play these games. Let's keep on rocking out. This is only a message just for you, just in case you just might happen to be listening. And I'm talking about you in this world. Let's go.
Yeah, there's a difference.
Yes, you have some individuals out there that'll say arguing is normal, it's healthy. And to me, it's like, listen, if we're talking about arguing where we're now crossing disrespectful lines, negative lines, you know, the way that the tone we take with each other, all these things, that's not healthy. Yes, it may.
Not at all. That's when you that's when you transcend into the category of toxic. Absolutely, totally agreed. Because the fact is that if you come into the circumstance with your intentions being intentional, right? And you know, I know what I want. She comes into the circumstance, intentions and intentional, I know what I want. If we begin to speak to each other in a manner as if I'm going to downgrade or downplay or act as if what you want is not what you want, then that then turns into disrespect. That then turns into what is considered toxic and not healthy. That is very true. Absolutely agreed. Let's go.
May happen. You should be prepared for that. But it does. Let's not normalize it and say we're just going to keep doing this and it is what it is. But you're right. To be with each other long enough and never have a disagreement, that's extremely rare. Okay, extremely rare. And I do think that, again,
I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to play it back. What did he just say?
It happened. You should be prepared for that. But it does. Let's not normalize it and say we're just going to keep doing this and it is what it is. But you're right. To be with each other long enough and never have a disagreement, that's extremely rare.
I'm gonna just sit here for one moment. That's it. I'm just sit here for a second. Let's go ahead, let that keep on playing.
Okay, extremely rare. And I do think that, again, as you mentioned, we have to be ready for those moments. We have to understand. And going back to how we find that balance, especially as men, and even for women, it's recognizing. So, for example, if my partner is in a very heated moment, let's say she's in her masculine right now, all right, she's getting rough. Well, meeting her with more masculine is probably going to only make things worse.
Yeah.
This is the time for me to be compassionate, go to her, hold her, calm her down, bring her peace in that moment. You see? Because we need to balance each other out. Same thing on the flip side. If I'm all heated and I'm extra passionate, and then my woman now comes with that same energy, that's it. Now we're butting heads. This is her moment to say, no, let me now be the one to soften the moment up, bring that sweetness in there, and everybody calms down. So it's learning how to feed off of each other and recognize, okay, they're over here, let me bring it back over here. And now we can work from that point and we're both good.
The problem is that we all see compassion and sweetness and kindness in those moments as a weakness. We don't want to be that person because we see that as losing. We see that as giving in. We see that as us losing our power and strength in a relationship if we become the comforter or if we become the carer, right? Like that's a perception.
That is the perception. Yeah. And we have to change that. That is the power position. So who is more powerful? The person that lets the energy dictate them how they're going to react, or the person that brings the energy and dictates how they're going to make this situation play out? So if I'm coming in to calm it down and being all sweet because I'm trying to bring peace here, I'm in the power position. I'm not losing anything. I'm going to gain more peace and happiness and harmony if I succeed in what I'm trying to do. So we have to get out of that mindset of this makes us weaker. And that is the big key of it. That's a big problem. That for a lot of women who struggle with their feminine energy, that's a big issue where they feel that being feminine is weakness. It's what.
Absolutely. It always will be viewed that way. Why? Because of it's a certain amount of stoicism that we have to maintain and uphold. Man, it is. See, all of this is what really teaches me a lot more. I get it. I get it. I'm actually speaking, but no, I'm learning. I'm learning so much right now. But what we're going to do very, very briefly, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take a quick commercial break. And this commercial break is brought to you by I'm gonna be honest with you, ignorant shit. It's just some ignorant shit, just ignorant ass shit.
After these messages, we'll be right back. I don't need no man trying to go 50-50. I don't need no man trying to go 50-50. I don't need no man trying to go 50-50.
Now let's go ahead and get back to the video. And with that being said, I digress. My mic is muted. Let's do this. Respect to you all. Thank you once again for tuning in to Smitty's Corner. The time right now is 11:02 p.m. East Coast Standard Time. Let's get it.
Got them taken advantage of and got them hurt. But I always say it's not the feminine energy that's the problem. It's who you give it to. Do they respect it? Do they honor it? And it's the same thing as a man. Does she respect your masculine? If she doesn't, then that might just be a sign you're with the wrong person. But don't stop being that guy. Because what did he just say? Hold on. Because see, the thing is that there are a lot of times, fellas, we be so focused on making sure that we impress ourselves for that woman, we could possibly, just possibly forget. It's not about if she didn't accept you. That don't mean that you're not that dude. Even if she's a dope ass chick, that ain't got shit to do with you.
That has everything to do with the connection that is there or the lack thereof. Period. Ain't got nothing to do with who you are as a man. Don't ever let nobody play with your name. Let's get it.
Give it to? Do they respect it? Do they honor it? You know, and it's the same thing as a man. Does she respect your masculine? If she doesn't, then that might just be a sign you're with the wrong person. But don't stop being that guy, because the woman who's best for you is going to need that in those moments.
But that's exactly what it is that when people have...
I don't know what he's about to say, but I'm going to say this. Maybe he's going to go in that direction. Look, let's be for real. You know how the word even says casting pearls to swine, as far as like not wasting it. You know what makes it so tough? When he says like, you know, so you can be that for the next person. You not know how many people, because they invested so much into that relationship, into that circumstance, it burnt them out. They came across the next person, and that was literally the person for them, and they did not know how to handle and or treat it and or receive it. Because there have been so many times they was that person that whenever they came across anybody, from a complete stranger to somebody who was directly involved in their circle, they gave everything that they had of themselves to it in that person. And then over time, when you see like, oh, I keep getting burnt, like, I don't mean clinic. We don't do that. Never had it. Don't play with me. But I keep on getting like scarred from people. And it's like, damn, over time, you start to develop, because it's like this, right? It's like the old saying in which, don't you know the old saying, what don't hurt you make you stronger? I know we all know that, right? I got an extra little piece to that. But it's like, what don't hurt you make you stronger. But that same thing that hurt you could make you callous. So yeah, I mean, I got stronger, but how did I get stronger? What made me stronger? I became more callous. I don't care as much. I don't have it in me to stick it out as long. I don't have that in me no more. I'm more look, it's much more easier for me to say, I can just forget about you. It's much more easier to say, I take flights, not feelings. It's much more easier to go about it. Now, think about the word I'm saying. Again, words are key. Easier. Love is not supposed to be harsh to gain. But I've never known true love to be acquired easily. It's just like, think about it, right? It's like, you know, a puzzle that you picture this. You're just sitting at a nice, comfortable table in your home. And it's like maybe that bay window that's right there. You got a beautiful view outside of your window. It's early in the morning. You got a nice little misty foggish like and all of that, right? Get the whole picture set in your mind, right? Let's go ahead and travel. And you're sitting there at your table. You got your cup of tea, hot cocoa, hot cider, or coffee, whichever you prefer. I like all four, depending on the season. And you're sitting there, you got your hot steaming, you got your little, I don't know, croissant, donut, cupcake, cornbread, whatever it is, right? Toast and jelly, whatever, right? Avocado with toast. And you have a puzzle. It's just a puzzle. And you're putting together this puzzle. And as you're putting together this puzzle, you notice it's times where you're like, dang. And you know what? Watch this. Have we not known people who do real puzzles to actually, like, you will look at it and it's like kind of there sometimes, halfway there sometimes, almost there sometimes. And it's like, what do? They just continuously go back at it. You know, it's not always this thing where they just sit right there and right then and there, they just do it. So you sit there, everything's beautiful, everything's good, but you recognize that this might help you to the point where you have you've finished your breakfast, but you still haven't finished the puzzle. Do you discard the puzzle, or do you say, you know what? What do we generally see? I'm going to leave this puzzle on the table, and they come back. They may go take a nap, everything. They leave out, go run errands, everything. But they come back to the puzzle. Why? Because they invested in learning how to put this together. They want to know, what does it look like once all the pieces are in sequence? It's a real thing. Let's go.
Being their best selves for the wrong person, that person brings out the worst in them.
Yes.
Right? Like when someone's been their best, loving, kindest self, but someone took advantage of it, that person now thinks, next time I've got to be aggressive, I've got to be, you know.
It could be that. It also could be, right? It also could be that person decides to totally disattach from anything involving starting over. Because if you remember what the brother said in the very beginning, if you go back to it, he was talking about that. Like, yo, you don't want to keep like starting over and this and that. Listen, I'm gonna be real with you. When you reach a certain point, yo, that whole like continuously just starting over. Yo, I definitely, now I'm not saying just go off and die alone. But what I'm saying is folks that actually may come out and say, you know what, I'm just not as eager to be all on the apps or whatever or looking. I'm not geeking and barking at the, you know, next person that just smiles and we had a nice little talk real quick. Like, I'm just real deal on some fallback type mode. Do we reject love if it comes our way? Absolutely not. No, absolutely not. But like that whole like pursuit of happiness, shit, nah, been there, done that. You see what I'm saying? And that can happen. But again, remember, it has nothing to do with the bitterness or angriness or nothing like that. It's just you're just not so eager to hop into circumstances because you just get it. Like you just recognize like, yo, this is like a cycle of some shit. So maybe I need to step back and think about what part do I have to play in this cycle. The last thing I ever will encourage anybody to do is sit up there and try to think about how has life done you wrong. No, the very first thing I would tell anybody is think about what is it that your part had to play in life. Always. It's no way getting around that because you will never continue to grow. You will never continue to excel if you continuously look at life as, what is it that life did to me? What you talking about? It's called life be lifing. It's called life happens. What we talking about right now? How we going to say life be lifing, then you turn around and complain about when life be lifing? That is asinine. Okay? All right? That's redundant. Let's go ahead and get back to it.
Powerful, I've got to be strong in this way. And I feel like that's kind of what most people are dealing with. We know that is that you're just dealing with a wounded version of someone.
Yes.
Not a healed version of someone. But I think people struggle.
You know what's so crazy? Again, I mean, because I always shout out my own. So shout out to Teak, right? Shout out to Teak. Because I remember us talking on the phone. She was saying how what'd she say? She said, everybody doesn't always heal from everything. So it's like when he says that and he's like, man, I recognize that there are people who just are still hurting from things and they still go into circumstances. Now, we give people a clean slate when it comes to relationships, bet. But that person that you're giving a clean slate to may be coming into the circumstance with something that they never healed from. God damn it, Jim. Never thought about that part of it. Let's go.
Struggle to trust again and again, especially when they see the same patterns in the person they're with. And I guess the question is, why do we keep making the same mistakes? Because I feel like a lot of us keep dating the same people.
Yeah.
Like, that's why, again, the narratives. I'm not with all of the whole, like, oh, women just keep on choosing bad. Women just... Fellas, if you's a like 4 3-time baby mama title holder, maybe there's some bad decisions we make too. If you continuously go around to the point where you're in no man's land and you're like, I don't even care about, I'm just gonna be a bachelor, I'm just gonna trick off, then I mean, maybe there are some mistakes that we are making too. The fact is that there is no discretion when it comes to mistakes made in life and when it comes to decisions made in life. We all make them, mistakes and decisions. Don't fool yourself. Let's keep going.
And there's a part of us that also just keeps closing off or being more wounded. It's almost like if you cut yourself, you now walk around with your hand over that cut because you don't want to get cut again.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you lead it off and it gets cut even deeper, now you're even more conscious of that. And so I find that people are doing that where they're closing their heart more and more because it's been so misused and abused. And I understand that. I understand people don't want to be abused and misused, but I guess the question is, how do people find people that they know respect them so that they can be their best version or be a better version of themselves?
So, you can't drive out darkness with more darkness. You can't expose someone who's going to hurt you by being someone who's closed off and holding back yourself. It's kind of what we were just talking about. We have to look at being vulnerable, loving, and open as not just, well, I'm setting myself up to be hurt. No, it's how you expose people faster. If I come with that energy and you cannot respect it, match it, then I know you don't belong here. But if I hold back, I give you a free pass to hold back. So now we have two individuals who are hiding behind their walls because it's comfortable there, but you can't really see what do we really have in front of us. Those walls are blinding you and you can't properly evaluate the situation. So one, we got to get to a place of healing from our past so that we're not just walking around with the hand over the cut. No, you got to let the...
Absolutely. But even deeper, right? It's not about just walking around with the hand over the cut. Stop picking at the scab. I'll leave you with that. Let's go.
The cut, breathe. You gotta let it heal. All right. Put your hand on there is delaying the process. And like you said, all that's gonna happen is when you finally take your hand off, but you're taking it off with the wrong person, and you haven't learned. See, what I want people to realize is your actions weren't the problem. Meaning, you being loving, sweet, kind, compassionate wasn't the problem. It was the person. Separate those two things so that you don't stop doing the good things. Now, granted, are there levels to this to where we have to learn, again, if I'm thinking about a man, if you got so deeply emotional to where you kind of lost your masculine energy and you became very needy, okay, you can say, all right, I need to continue to be loving, but I know I have to learn how to draw a line. I have to learn how not to cross that moment. And again, you only crossed it because you were unhealthy to begin with. You only crossed it because you were afraid to begin with. Once you get to that place where you're healthy and confident, you won't find yourself crossing that line anymore.
Yeah.
You won't tolerate certain things anymore. So we have to heal, we have to be confident, and we have to let our light shine so that we can expose what's in front of us easier.
That's a brilliant answer. I love the differentiation between how sharing your light is not the problem, the person's the problem, because we start to doubt whether being a good person, a loving person is actually what wins in the world.
Yeah.
And the truth is that it does win, but it has to win with someone who can receive it and hold that space with you and share that space with you.
Absolutely. You know, it's something. You know, a lot of times in relationships, we can be really, really upset at the person for just simply not being able to see what it is and see who it is that you are. Man, that happens. And we will real deal, like, hold a grudge in a sense against a person because they just weren't capable of seeing who it is that you truly consist of. Your raw essence, who you were raised to be, who you developed yourself to be. They just couldn't see it. And so, you know, a lot of times, you know what will happen when you're truly a loving person, even though you know I did give it everything that I had, simultaneously, you'll sit there and you'll say to yourself, what did I do wrong? Ain't that something? You'll say, I know I gave it all I had, but you'll also say, damn, you'll still sit there and ponder because your focus is not on trying to blame that person. Your focus is on what was it that my part had to play. That's the main thing you think about. Because you're always continuously saying to yourself, I must develop, I must grow, I must continue to be a better who I am tomorrow than I am today. And today, I should be a better who I am today than I was yesterday. Let's keep on going.
And I find that a lot of people keep giving that energy to the wrong person because we feel we can make them better, right? There's this feeling of like, I can change this person. I can make them better. I can heal them.
Now, listen to what he just said. I can change this person. I can heal this person. Why are you in a relationship with somebody you feel as if you need to change and heal? That is not automatically, that is not the person that's going to be compatible for you. No, the person that's compatible for you is the person that came into the circumstance saying exactly what it is that you had on your mind. I come into this circumstance whole and complete. I come into this circumstance healed. I come into this circumstance ready to serve you. And through serving you, I get my gratification. But guess what? That has to be reciprocated. Do you know how you not feel empty in that moment? Is when you're receiving exactly what it is that you give. Not always right on point, not always right at that moment in that very second, but just point blank, period. You receive it just as much as you give it. Thus, you never feel without. It's just like this. When you give to your counterpart, that's a withdrawal from your bank. That's a withdrawal from your bank of love, patience, and emotion. When you are reciprocated with that same love, patience, and emotion, that is a deposit back into the account. That's how it should be. Let's go.
Some of us want to fix people.
Yeah.
And that means we assume the person we're with is broken. And I think this is such a subconscious thing. Like, if you're always critiquing, if you're always picking at stuff with your partner, chances are you don't think they're great. Like,
the last thing you ever want to do is keep on just picking at a person. you will ask them a question, not to hear genuinely what they have to say in response, but because you want to try to figure out, what is this person what is he or she about to say that's wrong? What can I figure out to say that, nah, that doesn't make sense? Then you're not going into the circumstance with genuine intentions. And that is a very, very important thing. Anything in life that we do, if ever it's going to be successful, the number one thing that has to be incorporated is intentions. Your intentions will make or break anything in life you do. I promise you, I don't care what circumstance it is. It doesn't have to be an intimate relationship. Let's go.
Chances are you think there's some issues with them and you think that you can fix them and they're broken. Tell us about that angle when now we've talked about being the loving and kind person, but sometimes we're being the person that thinks we're loving and kind because we want to improve someone, but that person doesn't want to improve.
One big problem is that what's really driving people to pick that individual is that by being the one that can upgrade you, improve you, I have more value here. By having more value, I have a false sense of security. You have to appreciate me. You're less likely to walk away. You're less likely to cheat because you're lucky to have me. I feel like I'm the prize here. But those situations never really work because, again, you're choosing someone that is not capable of pouring into you the way that you need. You're basing this off of what you could do for them, and that's not sustainable. And you're choosing them because, again, you have more emotional control here. What happens to so many people, especially women, it's something that I call the unhealthy love cycle of women, where women in their first love experience, outside of any childhood trauma may have experienced, they're their most loving. They're just out there, they go all the way in. But that typically happens at a younger age, at an age where men are not mature enough to handle those kind of emotions, that level of commitment, so on and so forth. So she gets hurt. After she gets hurt, her moment is saying to herself, I will never let this happen to me again. So now the woman starts to consciously or subconsciously choose men who are, I don't want to say lower than her, but essentially a man who does not take her there. He's good enough to be with, but I'm not that vulnerable with him. He can't hurt me like that first love hurt me. And so that dynamic usually leads to picking that person I can fix.
Mind blowing. I shit you not. Because you know what's crazy? I've said it myself. I've said it myself multiple times. Anybody who knows me knows. I made it very, very, very clear. Nobody can hurt me like my first. Does that mean I'm stuck on my first? No. It just means that once you go through that initial shock, look at it like jumping in cold water. That won't, it's not hypothermal, right? But you jump in some cool water. As soon as you jump in, it's an initial shock. But once you in there and you just in the water, it's just something about how you just adapt. And then from there, the water's not as cold as it was when you first went in. And now you like them back there. You know what I'm saying? You like them back there. You just swimming. It's a real thing. I absolutely love this. This is dopish. Let's go.
I can make better, who will appreciate and respect me. But again, it doesn't work out. And many times you'll see these same situations, the guy will move on to cheat on her. Not because, and I have to say this because some women think, he's just being a man. No, not because he's a man, but because you chose a man that you could never be the woman that he needed, and he can never be the man that you needed. Once he kind of either gets what he needs from you to build himself up, or the smoke clears from him being infatuated with you, he starts to realize, I'm not getting everything that I desire. And now you building him up has brought him more attention from other women. So now the difference between what you're not giving him and what someone else is willing to give him becomes way clearer now. The temptation gets way stronger, and he ends up doing something. or she ends up cheating as well. Because he's safe, but he doesn't fulfill her. He doesn't satisfy her. He doesn't excite her in any kind of way. And that's why I always said earlier, like, the safe choice is almost always the wrong choice. But that is a function of people trying to choose these fixer-uppers because they think it's going to give them some leverage there.
It's leverage.
That's it.
Yeah, it's leverage. Yeah. How do you know when it's time to go? Like, how do you know when it's like...
That's the thing I've always wondered about. The whole, I got to get like a one-up on you. What is the one-up about? Because, you know, sometimes people will say, well, no, the one-up is about, I want to make it clear that I can do better than you. Everything is completely outside of you. Sometimes we all know this. It's real cases, right? The one-up is completely about, I just wanted you to see what you could be missing. But what I've noticed is that no matter which part of that is demonstrated and displayed, I don't ever see no like good outcomes from it. It usually just winds up turning out to be a whole huge messy breakup. It never turns out to be good.
I feel like this is a common question where it's like, how do you know when it's just, I've tried everything, we've tried together, tried our best, maybe we went to therapy, maybe we got a coach, or maybe we didn't do those things. I just know that I feel like I need to go, but I'm scared of being alone.
Yeah.
I'm scared of dealing with the reality that I put in a lot of energy. And I feel like you said this earlier.
Absolutely. There are folks out here, I'm talking about men and women, who leave relationships and leave circumstances, and they don't take that real deal time to like really sit with themselves. They leave the circumstance into a circumstance. And somehow or another, they have it planted into their mind that that's going to be the healing factor. Like, wow, this person came and saved me, whether a man or a woman. And they don't take that time to really just sit back and just sit with themselves. I had to think about that too. Like, just, taking time, just sitting back with just me. Like, no distractions from no social media voices, memes, nothing. Just, even down to like going live and stuff. If anybody remembers, like that, damn it, basically the whole month of January, I was on a fast. Because, I specifically did that because I want to make sure I take time to sit back and just at moments, I don't want no distractions from none of y'all. I don't want none of you guys' influences in my head. I don't want none of that. I want to think what it is that I think. And I want to come to the conclusion that I come to the conclusion of. And when I know I've totally, thoroughly made my decision, it's a decision that I have made. Nobody influenced me on my decision in any form of fact. No, like, yeah, bruh, like, yep, nah, I do the same thing. None of that. Nothing. I want complete silence in my home, in which I've always had and still maintain. I want complete peace and solitude. At max, if I am to listen to anything, it'll be to the degree of this right here. That is something personal for me. That is something personal because, you know, again, I'm the type of person I will bury myself within myself. Why? Because I must reflect on what is my part to take in things. I sit back and I think about what it is about me. Why? Because before I even begin to think about the next step of moving forward, I have to think about what should I do different next time I move forward. I can't do that if I just leave from a circumstance, hop into a circumstance, and then that won't work. I must take time to myself. I must go ahead and I must remember, listen, even down to when I say burying myself in work, do you know what that means? What is my work? My work is my craft. My craft is my hobby. My hobby is my passion. I bury myself in my hobby, my craft, and my passion. And I remind myself of what brings me purpose, what gives me value. So that way, whenever it is, I might be going through a particular circumstance, I don't feel completely lost at sea. I know I still have sails up. I know I still have a compass and I'm still guided because I got onto the sea through my own purpose. My own purpose gave me what? A trajectory. It can never fail. It doesn't matter what's put in your face. It doesn't matter what's, none of these things. Slowly, you just get back to who you are. And it all slowly, right? Listen to the keywords I'm saying. I didn't say overnight. I said slowly, as in that slowly may be months, if not a year to whatever. The fact is, slowly, you just move forward with yourself. Why? Because you've already been in a direction. You weren't a stagnant man when you got into that relationship. You already were in motion. So if you're not in that relationship, what should you still be? In motion. Wheels still spin. Wheels still spin. Let's go.
But a lot of people stay in something for a lot longer than they should because they'd rather not be alone.
Yes.
They'd rather not face reality.
Yes, very true. I'm sorry I have to say it. There's also another circumstance with that. There are those of us who actually are more well-seasoned and vet. And we recognize that these things take time. We recognize, because think about it. We can't say we recognize that love is going to be work, love is going to be time consuming, love is going to be patience, but then sit up here and say, like, things are supposed to work out just like instantly. No. People don't leave. People don't stay because they want to be not lonely. There are a large group of us who also recognize, this shit just gonna take a little work. And you know what? I came into this saying I am ready and willing and capable to invest. I'm ready to invest heart, emotion, time, finance. I'm ready to invest in its entirety. And you know what? Part of that investment, think about it. Is anybody in a stock trade, Bitcoin, anything, whatever it is? Does that not take patience? Do you not have to just let it sit to let it grow? Really think about it. Every example I'm giving. Now, your finances, your money, your career, your degree, did that not take time to develop, to get whatever career path you're in? Even when you got into it, did it not take time for you to really master how to maneuver in your particular career field? Like when you learn the loopholes and like how you can really like get by on this and everything else, did these things not take time? Did it not take patience? Did it not take diligence? Did it not take attention to be adhered to? Did you really just sit back and say, you know what? I just want this to do for me. I'm not going to do for it. And it just worked out for you? It's a real question to anybody who's listening. I want you to think about what you've truly accomplished that was truly of significance that you have in your life. Did it come fly by night? That's all I'm asking. And the answer that you say to yourself, you don't have to type it. The answer you say to yourself is the answer that we know that comes with life. Let's go.
Rather not lose 2 years of their life. They'd rather lose 2 more thinking that this should stay. Like, how do you know when it's time to go?
Let me first say this. I think society needs to change their thinking as far as letting go doesn't always mean it can't work out later. It's just that it cannot work out under these circumstances. All right. Because some people say, well, I feel like they're the one. Okay.
I'm gonna just sit here. What did he say again? What did he say? Hold on. What did he say? What exactly did he say again?
Thinking that this should stay. Like, how do you know when it's time to go?
Let me first say this. I think society needs to change their thinking as far as letting go doesn't always mean it can't work out later. It's just that it cannot work out under these circumstances.
Does later mean we're literally just completely exiled of each other and boom? No. Later means allowing the circumstance to breathe, allowing emotions, right? The energy that is moving you, allowing that to die down. Let that die down. Let it get to a point where you actually, it's like, you know what? I have a much clearer thought in this process at this point. I actually can think a lot clearer now that I know what's going on. Such a beautiful thing. Let's go.
All right. Because some people say, well, I feel like they're the one. Okay, maybe they are, but maybe the time is not right. And it's letting go that will allow you both to.
Peep game. Maybe. Listen, I mean, now the key word is not you. The key words are not you are. The key word is maybe, as in we don't know yet. Like we don't. Like we don't all the way have it figured out yet. Enough time has not passed. Enough in-person circumstances have not acquired itself for us to know this is what is taking place. When it comes to if you're going to actually be with someone for the rest of your life, these things always have to be very much so well courted, cured, and vetted. Let's go.
To do what needs to be done in your own personal lives that would allow you to come back together and have something way more amazing. So that's number one thing to consider. But outside of that, it's when if that person is unwilling to put in the work necessary, it's time to go. There's like so many times I'll have a video go up about communication and someone will comment saying, I've tried talking to him.
If a man really hated ads, here's what he would do. Day one.
To me, and in my head I'm like, well, why are you still with them? If he refuses to talk to you, you've already tried. There's nothing else to do. But people will let it linger on and continue while they consistently complain or unhappy about this specific issue.
You can't front. Fell victim to that myself. And that's me being a man of accountability. Real shit. God Damn it, Jim.
It's not going to magically get better. They're not going to just change it just because all of a sudden they see, oh, it needs to change. No, if they're fighting it now, they have no reason to change it. And what people have to understand, you know, especially with this whole trying to fix people up, healing and facing your traumas is one of the hardest things for people to do. So if they already have you.
I gotta say it again because I gotta continuously say it. If you are with somebody who you feel as if you need to heal, you already lost. You went into a automatic losing situation. Why are you with somebody you feel as if you need to heal? Do they need to heal you? Did you come into the circumstance whole and complete? Did you come into the circumstance of that relationship already to provide and be of servitude as well as be served yourself? If that's the case, then you're already putting yourself behind the 8 ball. Like, real talk. It's like putting yourself behind the 8 ball before you even broke the deck. You ain't even shot the first shot on the pool table yet, and you already behind the 8 ball because you went into a circumstance in which you tried to get with somebody that you can fix. What? No, you should get what is called equally yoked. You all should already both come into that circumstance ready, whole, complete to love and serve one another. That is what it's supposed to be about. You don't play games with that. Why? Because you don't play games with people's heart and you don't play games with people's time. Let's go.
You in their life. They're essentially getting the incentive or the benefit of relationship without having to do the deeper work. It's almost like if I'm at a job and the job says you need to have a master's degree to work here, but we're going to hire you anyway and give you time to get that master's degree. If getting that degree is super hard to you, you're going to drag that out as long as possible.
Yeah.
You may never get the degree until they fire you. When they fire you and you realize, oh my gosh, if I don't do this, I'll never get this person back. I'll never get this opportunity back. Now they might go and get it because it's very tough to walk down the path of the healing process. So if they're not willing to work on it, you guys have already discussed it. And I think that's a big thing because there's a lot of relationships that end and the couples don't even know what the real issue was. So the communication. When they fire you and you realize, oh my gosh, if I don't do this, I'll never get this person back. I'll never get this opportunity back. Now they might go and get it because it's very tough to walk down the path of the healing process. So if they're not willing to work on it, you guys have already discussed it. And I think that's a big thing because there's a lot of relationships that end and the couples don't even know what the real issue was. So the communication, they'll say, well, we talked about, no, you guys argued. You guys laughed.
I'm not gonna say nothing, boy. I tell you. Shoes, boy. I tell you.
Now they might go and get it because it's very tough to walk down the path of the healing process. So if they're not willing to work on it, you guys have already discussed it. And I think that's a big thing because there's a lot of relationships that end and the couples don't even know what the real issue was. So the communication, they'll say, well, we talked about, no, you guys argued, you guys lashed out. There wasn't a clear communication as to what the problem was, what is expected, how do we go about this? If you've done that, and I believe one of the most effective ways to do that is through a letter. Because I feel like
hey, I swear on life, if this dude don't get out of my head, this dude, I swear on life, this is a one-seater. It's something about writing, like, listen, I don't mean a text. I don't mean like sending it. I'm talking about on paper and pen or pencil. Your actual handwriting. It's something about flying that kite that just, it does. It's something about when she opens and reads, and she's, because even in that moment when she knows you well enough, your handwriting alone is putting your face in her head. Writing letters is so important, especially when you're dealing with an educated woman who reads like books, novels, and stuff. I swear on, like, those are all those little keys. Like, geez Louise, smack on point. Smack on point.
Verbal communication of deep issues and concerns, they typically don't go well. You know, people get distracted, they forget what they want to say, the other person gets defensive, they're listening to rebuttal, not to understand. But when there's a letter involved, it gives you time to get everything out. You can evaluate your tone, leave no stone unturned. And now they have an opportunity to process it on their time, to really take it in. And then you guys can come together and discuss the letter. And now it's so much easier to stay on point and get everything covered. If we've done that and they're still unwilling or there's still no progress, it's time to go.
Yeah, that's great. That's great advice. And for me, that's the biggest.
When you can look back and say, oh, I know I've done this. Nah, I know for a fact, multiple times I've made that attempt. Oh, nah, yeah, I paid for that. I did this. And it falls on deaf ears. It's because it's someone who actually is supposed to receive that. And that person that's supposed to receive that, it's just little small things that they do to remind you that they are the one to receive that. Like, sends you shit like, it's a beautiful thing. And this comes with a man who stays in line with purpose. You will never be without. You won't. Promise you. Stay in line with your purpose. And just be this. Let's go.
Biggest one, it's like, you can't make something last if only one person's working on it. You can't keep hoping and waiting and wishing, and like you said, that ending doesn't mean forever. And often I found that two people need to grow individually to be able to grow collectively, and we're forcing growing together so hard, but we need space to grow. And if you can't grow together, chances are you need to grow apart in order to see whether you grow together again or grow for someone else. And all of those options are okay, but we put so much pressure on people to grow together that they grow apart.
Yeah.
And actually, if they chose to grow apart and grow separately, they could come back together if they learn the lessons. And I think that's a mistake too, that sometimes people think, I'm going to go learn this lesson for this person.
Yeah.
I meet a lot of people, they're like, okay, they broke up with me because I wasn't XYZ. Now I'm going to go become XYZ to win them back.
Yeah.
And I always find, I'm just like, well, no, you should go become.
No. Now watch this. Do you want to know the person that says that? Watch this. If you go try to find yourself and make yourself better for anybody else, a relationship, a club to join, a gang, whatever, it's because you are still seeking your internal validation through exterior motives. You need the exteriors of life to validate what you should already know about yourself from within. That's why that will never be attractive to the women of a decent and higher caliber. They will never attract to a man that is looking to make himself and fix himself for her. What made her attractive to that man is the fact that when she came across him, she already recognized you have a certain form of completion already installed within you. I don't have to come in and do that extra work. Women don't want to come into the relationship and do no extra work when it comes to that. Will they assist at time? Will they pat on the back? Will they rub your back and tell you it'll be okay? All of those things? Absolutely. But the extra work when it comes to being involved with that? No. And you know something? If you're a man of completion, you should already know I came into this circumstance already ready to give extra than what it is that she's going to give. Whatever she give is just icing on the cake. It's just, it's like, cool. All right, that's what's up. But I don't like demand or need that. That is how it actually should process and work out. Let's keep on going.
I'm XYZ if you think you were missing XYZ, but not to win them back because you don't know what they're going to do. What's your take on people trying to win people back?
So I 100% agree with you. Like, if we're trying to learn or grow, it needs to be for the benefit of who we are and just whoever we deal with. So it's almost like if I was a bad communicator in this relationship, I shouldn't learn to better communicate for that person. I need to better communicate for whoever I'm going to be with. If you can't see it in that light, then maybe you're looking at the wrong thing.
Absolute facts. And why is this facts? Listen, again, I'm chilling. Like, y'all can roll, do what you got to do. You can watch it later. I'm going to go take a detour. If you want to stay for the detour, stick around. If not, roll out. Let's go. So this is the detour. What he said exactly falls smack, point blank, into line to this right here. So let's go to this right here. All right. Watch this. Let me see something right now. All right. Hold on. Watch. All right, so let's do this. Boom. Boom. All right, hold on. YouTube. I'm going on my phone because for some reason I always got my desktop and my phone data is different. I don't have that whole sync to phone thing. I like to keep certain things separate. But let's just go to this right here, right? Let's just go to this right here. All right, so hold on. Boom. All right, so boom. So let's go back to what he said, right? Now that I got that pulled up, let's go back to what he said. All right. Boom. All right. One more game for the win.
People are like, okay, they broke up with me because I wasn't XYZ. Now I'm going to go become XYZ to win them back.
Yeah.
And I always find I'm just like, well, no, you should go become XYZ if you think you were missing XYZ, but not to win them back because you don't know what they're going to do. What's your take on people trying to win people back?
So I 100% agree with you. Like, if we're trying to learn or grow, it needs to be for the benefit of who we are and just whoever we deal with. So it's almost like if I was a bad communicator in this relationship, I shouldn't learn to better communicate for that person. I need to better communicate for whoever I'm going to be with. If you can't see it in that light, then maybe you're looking at the wrong thing. My thing is this, I think it all depends on what the details of the situation was, what led to the breakup, What were you overlooking? What was missing? Are these fixable issues? Because a lot of people are trying to win back someone where the issues are not resolved. So it's like, what's the point of going back? We're just going to go in the same cycle all over again. They're letting this idea of I miss them, I don't want to be without them, blind them from the fact that you two did not get along well, or you two don't want the same things, or you two just, whatever it is. Maybe there's a lack of sexual satisfaction. I don't know why I felt the need to mention that, but that's what it happens a lot of times. You have to stay focused on what led to the end and can
My bad, John. I got us. I done kicked myself out my own studio. Let's go back a little bit. I got us.
And just keep striving to be better. And rather than focus on winning them back, just become the best you. Because if you do, and there's a true connection there, the opportunity will present itself again, and you two will be able to make something of it.
And the struggle is that when people finally make that decision to break up or let go, the studies show that the parts of your brain that are activated in a breakup are the same as detoxing from cocaine, right? Like you're literally trying to detox so you can have a craving.
Yeah.
You want to know the only people who know about everything he's talking about are the ones who actually leave breakups with the intentions to go off into solitude and heal themselves. Man, talk about it. Talk about it. Real talk.
For someone that's bad for you.
Yeah.
Or also it says that the areas of the brain that are activated in a breakup are the areas that are the same with physical pain. So if someone like punch you in the stomach, the reason why we say like my heart feels broken is because it literally feels like something's broken.
Yeah.
So when you're going through a breakup, when you're feeling the craving to be with that person again, studies show that over 80% of people are looking at what their exes are doing on social media. Right? Probably through a Finsta account or whatever, but you have to know, what are some of the healthiest tips that you've given to people and the people that you've worked with that have genuinely helped people move through a breakup?
The first thing is to ask yourself again, why was I even there? Why am I holding on to this individual? Again, I think sometimes we get so blinded by just the experience or our desire to have this person for whatever reason that we overlook what was really missing or why this could not work anyway.
Not to mention, we also could start to overlook what our personal true value is ourselves. You may be trying to stay with that person because you start to lose sight of, if you lose them, then it's a loss for you, not a loss for the both of you. That also comes into play. You start to lose sight of, not, you know what? You keep saying that, but like, is it just me that would lose out on this, or is it you as well? Like, is there not things now? If you can't say to yourself, like, if you really leave that situation and say, I'm the one who completely lost, then that means that you're the one who walked into that relationship with no value to add at all in your personal mind. You never saw yourself as value. There's no way you walk into a relationship seeing yourself as value, and then if anything goes down, you look at it solely, completely as it's my loss, not theirs. Nah, let's keep going.
What you'll also find is, and I'm sure there's probably a study on it, where if they broke up with you ever see a situation, it happens on TV a lot, where the person could be like, okay, I'm gonna break up with my partner. They're planning on it. They've been practicing in their head, right? It took them a couple of weeks to muster up the strength.
Oh, man. I saw that.
They're about to do it, and then the partner breaks up with them.
Yeah.
Now it's, oh my gosh, I gotta get them back.
Yeah.
So it's like, you just forgot this whole time that was your plan.
Yeah.
They just gave you the pass to do it. But now, because we don't like to be the one being let go of, now we're fighting hard to get it back.
Yeah.
So we have to really not fall into these little traps that happen to us as human beings. Our brains just playing tricks on us or something, where we confuse these emotions for, oh my gosh, I must really love them. Or even like you said, you go into that detox, and because you miss, I always tell people, no matter how bad the relationship was, there's always good moments. So if you're trying to break free, you can't just let your brain focus on the good moments. You have to remind yourself why this doesn't work. But if you keep focusing on the good, you start to make yourself think, oh.
You will instantly try to continuously convince yourself otherwise. You will convince yourself of what is not healthy and or conducive for your life. That is an absolute fact. I promise you, for the record, this ain't your feel good, I like a whole good breakup story. This is for the enlightenment of those of us who sometimes can just overlook those little steps, and we just be like, damn, I didn't even see that at first. Man, you know what? Shit, that makes a total sense. I didn't even peep that. That is the only reason why this right here, whole live, exists. It is to get us to see. This is, matter of fact, I'm going to retitle this whole thing, and I'm going to call this Smitty's Corner Live, The Fine Print. That's right, the fine print. You know that part of the contract that gets us all caught up, that we don't read? The fine print. It's official. Let's go.
Because I missed this good moment, I must miss them. And there's this quote that says, sometimes you're not missing the person, you're missing the feeling. So you've got to be able to differentiate those two things. So getting back to how we get over these breakups is recognizing, why were we really there to begin with? You know, could this actually work? The next thing is, you know, I'm a huge believer that a lot of times a breakup is a blessing in disguise. Even if there is a chance that you two can work together, or this is the one for you, you may have needed this time to reevaluate and get things in order. Something is obviously wrong. Even if it may be something as deep as, because I've seen situations where everything was going amazingly well on the surface and the person broke up with them. Let's say the woman lets go of the man. So to the man, that's really confusing. But what it was is that woman,
I don't think it's no coincidence of the actual direction in which he gave that example. It's not a coincidence.
She had not healed from her past relationships, and this relationship being so good was scaring her. And what happens is the better you are, the scarier it becomes for her. She's looking for something to be wrong. She has to validate her fear somehow. When she can't find it,
if man, if that's not the story of my life. Ain't a damn thing going on. But like my arm will be twisted behind my back to make it be so. And it's like it's not shit happening. Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing is going on. And it's like you have to laugh at it. You have to. You gotta laugh at it. I mean, because if you don't, how else are you gonna respond to it? Sheesh, man. Listen, I do lives, I talk about things like, let's just be for real, people. And this ain't got nothing to do with no timing on that, like on some real talk. Man, this shit hitting home. And that's me being just real about this right now. Like, this is hitting home. Because like, y'all have no clue on some, like, in my life, just overall in my life, how many times I'm saying all of that shit. I'm saying that. I'm literally like, that's what I'm preaching. Like, that's word for word. Everything I continuously say. Anybody who knows me on any degree or level behind the scenes know that ain't far off from what I talk about.
She'll either sabotage the relationship or she'll run from it. So to that, sucks. But if this woman didn't break up with you now, you were inevitably going to face this same ending, but at a worse time.
Yeah.
All right. This is still best that it's happening now. At least if she can go do what she needs to do, there's a chance for this to come back around later. But it's hard for us to see it in the moment.
Nothing personal. I'm not thinking about the come around later part, but just the whole better now than later. And it's again, the whole part of like, hey, let's nip things in the bud closer than further. Closer as in now-ish. Let's get everything all the way overstood, not understood. Because right now, understood, we can't see it. I need to get this like overstood, and I need to look up and see what's going on. And that's something that's very important when it comes to that.
So I think just really, we also have to focus on our healing. Whenever a breakup happens, the mistake we make is that we think it's about healing from the breakup. No, it's healing from everything you've been through. You've probably been sweeping under the rug your childhood trauma for years, maybe the last 2-3 relationships, whatever it is. So, and not healing from those things is contributing to your struggle to get past this breakup.
All right, so watch, right? All right. What he's saying definitely is the case for a lot of guys. The thing is this. What I've noticed is that, whenever it comes to breakups, what I always notice? Like, I really want us to pay attention to this. I'll be the one to go ahead and start it off. I'll kick it off, okay? All right. Hi, how you guys doing? My name's Smitty, and I'm getting ready to start a movement. Dead ass. Whenever we hear people talk about why a circumstance didn't work out, some form of fashion, we always give all of these reasons as to why either that man or that woman wasn't sufficient enough. It always has to revolve around somebody wasn't ready or you didn't heal. Yo, why can't it just ever be you dope as shit? You are ready to be married. I'm dope as shit. I am ready to be married. but I'm just not supposed to marry you. It don't have nothing to do with why we broke up, as to why you're not ready, I'm not ready, you need to heal, who hurt you, who hurt me, you know, like that's not always the case. And I think we get really, really wrapped up in this whole dynamic of it didn't work out because one of y'all had to been hurt. What are we talking about? No, because there are a lot of circumstances where both parties were completely 100% ready and equipped to go forward with what it is that they had set out and set sail to do. Now, if we don't make it to the shores in which we set sail to for whatever reason, that doesn't mean you weren't prepared to go to sea, nor was I. That don't have nothing to do with that. And so my whole thing, like, for example, let's be for real, people. Now, watch the example I give. Y'all ever seen like the whole little like things where like people will post stuff and they'll be like, you know, look like, you know, I gave the example before. So I gave the example of, I saw this one post where it was like, would you rather have sex with your ex one more time or be in a burning building? And like a lot of people was saying like, no. Would you rather have sex with your ex one more time or be set on fire? And I was so shocked. Like this was one of those posts that had like, you know, like 158 comments, like 1.5K likes. It was one of those big ones. And I was so shocked. You know how we go through the comments of things and we start to get a real good feel of how people feel just from something that is posted. And I was so shocked to see how many people said, just where's the gasoline? It was that bad. Everybody you like, it was that bad. Everybody you get with. I don't have those. I don't have that. I don't. Listen to me. Not one relationship I've ever been in would I ever say it's so bad that I would rather be set on fire than be intimate with that person one more time. I can't think of one, not even the most current, not one. It's never that. Like what really goes on to where we really look at these circumstances where it's so like this horrible thing? Why is it that every single time there's ever like a, you know what, we're not together no more? Why? Like really think, people think. Why is it never just, you know what? Nah, I mean, ain't nothing wrong with that person. Ain't nothing wrong with me. Just, we just didn't work out. That's it. Nah, I don't have nothing bad to say about them. Nah, they're fine. Nah. They cool. They dope as shit. It's just, just when it really came down to that, like, let's say structural compatibility that needs to be had for the longevity of it, that just wasn't us. Now, another thing that I would always say is we always have to keep in mind how many people actually truly take time to make sure before I actually utter those words out into the ether, did I really truly take time to see if it did work? Did I really give it a shot? Oh, you think because y'all was together for a year? You can't be in a relationship and know you've been in a relationship for 10 years plus and beyond and really say to yourself, yeah, we know each other after a year. It just don't work that way. You can't be in a relationship for more than 5 years or anything. You can't be somebody who knows what this consists of, even if you've never been in one, but you have a circle of people who might be in those. You know the stories. You've heard your friends vent to you, even if you're not that person that's in it. You've heard the stories. You know what it consists of. It's I don't understand why we think it's all Lucky Charms and tricks all the times. No. Sometimes you're gonna wake up to some whole grain life and raisin in a raisin bran. Yeah. And you ain't gonna have nothing to add to it. It's gonna be that boring ass morning cereal. My point is that these things always have to be really, really sought out. And how do you seek it out? Through your own personal diligence. Diligence takes patience. There's no way to have diligence. There's no way to be not resourceful, but it'll come to me. But the diligence, basically, forgive me, y'all, brain fart. Forgive me. It's getting late. Well, it is late, more night. But these things are going to have their factors, and we're not going to ignore that. So let's keep going.
Contributing to why you even chose this person to begin with. I'm a huge believer that if you haven't healed, you are 90% likely to choose the wrong person.
Yeah.
It's just too difficult to pick that person that you truly love and can truly love you and accept that level of vulnerability when you have still not resolved your past traumas and past hurts.
Yeah.
So to me, that's the next big.
Now, do both parties recognize where it is they possibly have not healed at? Do both parties actually take time and say, you know what, this is where I am? That's all. Not this is what's wrong with me. You should never look at what's wrong with you. You should always look at it from a standpoint in the vision of this, where am I? Like, where do I stand in my life right now, in my position, in my growth? Where am I? What level? Right? And then your counterpart should be doing the same. Thus, if both of you are continuously working on yourselves, if both of you are continuously having communication be the key factor into what keeps it, communication in a relationship is gas in the engine of the car. Which is more important, the engine or the car? I always say the engine is nothing without the car is nothing without the engine. How does the engine, when you turn that key, how does that car get started? Through fuel, through petrol. What is the petrol? The communication. One of you all is the engine, the other is the vehicle. You all put together as a car with a very wonderful engine in it. But you can't start that engine without gas. What is the gas? Communication is the key. Like you start your car. Respect to you.
Thing is just focus on your healing process, because in that process, you will also be able to see more clearly if this is really for you or not. Like, walking around unhealed is like walking around with broken glasses. You can't see straight, no matter how hard you try. But healing will clear up your vision really, really fast. And now it'll be like, oh, wait a minute, I didn't belong there.
Yeah.
Thank God the breakup happened. Now I'm in a better place. I move forward. So to me, I think, and I would say, in addition to those things, is just having an accountability partner, whether that's friend, coach, therapist, someone that can help keep you in check, help remind you what you need to do, someone that you have to talk to and update what's going on, so that you feel like, okay, I don't want to come back to them saying I'm doing the same thing over and over again. It doesn't guarantee success, but it helps. It helps move the needle some. So I would highly encourage that.
That one mindset you spoke about that changes everything, and it hit me today. I was just thinking, if we were just able in a moment to recognize that something painful now was going to be good for us in 5 years' time, that would change so many things in our life.
How much would you embrace a breakup if you knew that this particular breakup was your setup for 2, 3, 4, 5 years down the line of complete, thorough happiness? How would you embrace it then? Shit, boy, I tell you, I'm loving this. And thank you once again. Much appreciated. I promise you that.
life.
Yes.
But we're so poor at dealing with current pain,
Yeah.
even if it means future joy, that we just can't accept that I have to go through this, like in everything, right? Like knowing that someone breaking up with you just saved you 10 years of a wasted life is so much more than knowing you're going to have to go through a few months of pain and 10 months of pain. Maybe it's a bit longer, maybe it's 2-3 years, but we just have to get our head around that sometimes the best things that happen to you are protecting more of your life than the pain that they're causing.
You need the peace of knowing I did what I needed to do.
That's it. Yeah.
Because anytime you feel like, well, maybe I could have done this, but I could have done, that leaves the door open for doubt.
Do it all.
Exactly. So it's like, and that's why I'm such a big believer in, there's people who say, well, once they're done, they'll just move on. And I'm like, no. Express yourself, get everything off your chest, because you don't need anything to linger and you questioning, well, what if I did this different? No, speak your full piece. And now you can say, all right, I did what I had to do. It is what it is. I move forward. And I mean, it makes it easier. It may not make it 100%, not an issue whatsoever, but it's going to be easier. And I'll say also for me, that's why like my relationship with God is so important, because that's where I find my peace in dealing with a situation that doesn't work out the way I want to. I always tell myself, okay, if this isn't working out, God has something better for me. If this is happening right now, there's a purpose, because I know if I followed his guidance throughout this process, there's no need for me to question, why is this the current outcome? There's a reason for this. And I've been through these things enough times to see, as you mentioned, the reward is going to come. It may come next week. It may come years from now. It will come. And I'll be able to see how it all connected.
And sometimes that reward comes a lot quicker than what you expected. God is beautiful. That's all I'm gonna say on that.
Yeah, Stefan, it's been incredible talking to you, man. This has been such a great back.
Like real talk, though. When you really get to that point where you appreciate life, like you just do. You see it, you recognize it, you take it for what it is, and you fight hard and you say, you know what? I'm gonna make sure that who it is of who I am is recognized. And when your intentions, I'm always say that, your intentions, your heart of hearts is in the right place, it's always going to be somebody that's going to see you for exactly that. They're going to see you exactly for who you are. Whenever you are exactly who you are, people, period, are going to recognize exactly who you are. See, that's why I play things like this. That's why I have things that I look up. When I'm offline and I'm not speaking to you all, the things that I look up are things such as...
It's gonna get easier. You're gonna lose your mother. You're gonna lose your father. People are also gonna hurt you even though you don't even know what you did wrong. Things like this are going to happen in this lifetime. To wait for better times to come where the world will be completely in peace and you can walk peacefully over the street, never having the fear that somebody's gonna come and do something to you. It's not gonna happen. The world is just the way as it is. If we don't create the better times, nothing's gonna happen.
It's real simple. Stop trying to carpet this world. Just simply wear shoes. The world is the way it is. As in, the weather is going to be what it is. the temperature is going to be what it is. People are going to act and respond how they act and respond. The world is going to be what it is. You know, somewhere I read it's not what enters, you know, a man, but like something like what the heart derives, right? So it's not what enters the body, but what the heart proceedeth. Something like that, right? It's not what enters the body, but what the heart proceedeth, as in what enters your body, what you see, that happens. It's not about what you see. It's not about what happens to you. It's about what the heart proceedeth. What does that mean? I don't know, because I don't know anything, but I'm going to take a guess that that means it's not about what happens in life to you. It's about how you respond to it. What does your heart proceed when you're either transgressed upon, done wrong, either and or just life happened? It ain't had nothing to do with trying to do you dirty or do you wrong. No, that was just a life happens moment. How do you respond? All right now. So with that being said, I'm absolutely shocked. I didn't know it's been that long. I'm going to go ahead because I got to get myself together. I'm going to finish eating the rest of my dinner, which I got to reheat now in the microwave. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. And I'm also going to go ahead and get myself ready for my day tomorrow. Nothing big, nothing special, just I always like to be prepared ahead of time. Why? Because prevention is better than the cure. You should always prevent to relinquish yourself from having to cure. And with that being said, y'all already know. I digress. My mic is muted. This is being your boy Smitty. Let's get on up out of here with something. Respect.
Everywhere we go, everywhere we go. Come float with me. Come float with me. Come float with me. Rhymes like flowetry, words like poetry. Break tackles on the front line, they ain't holding me. Hit the lab, leg a track, bring it how it's supposed to be. Ain't God a fam? Don't get too close to me. Even when I'm gone, my thoughts will linger for eternity. My girl keeps it clean, thank God she ain't burning me. So many lost loves in the past, I know she's meant for me. Life is a test, and this test I shall pass. Visions X-ray reveal snakes in the grass. Resurrection's all about the incompletion of your task. So many wanna test me, but not even in my class. I see them on the streets, I ride past them and I laugh. Slum niggas bragging about their heat is what I do hate. Knowing damn well you got no guns like a pump fake. Y'all some pivot foot niggas wanna jump or hesitate. Before I go any further, let me set the record straight. Yes, listen, I am the one. After me there'll be no other unless it's my son. Matter of fact, or even my daughter, cause the music's in my veins and it flows like water. Come on.
Everywhere we go, we gon' catch some slack now. Anything we do, you gon' move us back. I'm sick and tired that the shit keep happening. The only way to make it is to move on up. We gotta keep rolling, we gotta keep working, we gotta keep pushing. Step it up right now, I'ma keep writing, I'ma keep flowing. What you gon' do, kid? Step on
early
up.
Morning in PG, we Yes. Yes. Spit fell from the sky, body rose from the sea. I used to fly, but now I walk because they clip my wings. Flesh trapped in a prison, man, I wanna be free. On my knees, hands together, pray to capital G. If you wanna be uplifted, then stand near me. And if you look past the sun, then the visions you'll see. If you make it through the valleys, then the shadows is me. And if you think about the cycle, death comes in threes. Can't take what I'm saying, then it's best you leave. No threats, only promises your family agree. Look at what started and cooked up now. I done sauteed the game, raw meat, I add flames. Head chief in the woods, I be blazing. I spread wings like the black raven, nevermore. I keep it jamming like a rusty 4-4. If I'm out to get even, I'ma settle the score.